Good morning, family. Welcome to the Nest, Melted Red Brick University. This is me, Fervent Heat Meltology Inc., up in here with my family today, the Eagle Eye crew. There you all are coming in. Hope you have a great morning this morning. I have, pretty comfortable. Got a couple of things done before the stream, so I hope your day is going as well. Melted Inverted Realm, Mr. Beast Fan, Oxax, the Drake, all of you coming in, Brick Love, everybody. Good to see everyone. Good to see everyone. MIR, the Drake, yes, everybody coming in, and more to come. Good morning, everyone. Me, Fervent Heat Meltology Inc., up in here to break down some melt on the Sunday easy, man. Why not? Why not just kick back on this comfortable little Sunday morning and get into some melt, man, and hang out with deep thinkers. So welcome, everybody, and much love to you, MIR. Love you all very much. And I want to give a shout out to Devin Mike 69. I was thinking about you a lot last night, brother. All my light and love your way. Whatever that means, maybe collectively we all come together and send it Devin Mike's way, send it Spartan Red's way, and anybody else's way out there that you might know that is suffering, going through some issues in whatever way they are. Light and love their way, man. It sounds kind of blasé to say, but when you mean it, who knows what effects it'll have, So to anybody out there with any kind of condition like that, our love goes to you, and hope everything gets better. So one love to everyone out there, and especially the crew being up in here. Love you very much. And I'm glad to be back up in here. Sunday easy. And we're going to get into some melt once again as well. And I'm just going to talk about a couple of things real quick. I mentioned something yesterday on the stream about this young man, this artist that's out there with this song. It's brilliantly put, and a couple of you seen it, I can tell in the chat. And it speaks to everybody. And that's the thing. I'm not mocking the song. It's one of many songs that have been created and sung. And there will be more that are, created and sang that everybody feels just as deeply about. And again, that's my point that I wanted to kind of touch on this morning. For the longest time, I've noticed, things that happen, through the generations, through the years, the decades, whatever, societal tragedies or incidences that cause everybody in an uproar, or everybody to get on a certain feeling wavelength about it, Again, I say, I get the point of song and music to touch people and to get them to open their eyes to things. But, you can open your eyes to whatever you want. And if you want change, the only way that's going to happen is within yourself and your own actions. Because, when we get touchy-feely about things, like I said yesterday, they're forgotten tomorrow. Once people see these kind of things that touch their heart and make them feel a certain way, they feel about it for a few minutes or maybe an hour or so. Then they go out throughout their day, and then they wake up the next day looking for the next thing to stimulate their senses, work on their emotional whatever that they're feeling against whoever or whatever. It's all a kind of a cliche, if you will. It's like knowing people or meeting people that you try to carry on a conversation with them, and they just become into a cliche meme or a cliche mean. Everything they say is a cliche that they regurgitated from people that regurgitated it on them. And after a while, you hear this stuff when you've been around for a while, and you can know what they're going to say just from the first syllable coming out of their mouth. It's the redundancy. I guess that's where I'm going at with this morning, crew. It's like with anything, you talk about it and talk about it, and people know about it and know about it. It bores them after a while. And then it's just another cliche. It's just another already known about subject that everybody's an expert on now, and just move on past, and look for the next stimuli put out there for you to chew on or consume, and it's, again, it gets down to my point of, the comfort zone. The comfort zone. We all have one. We all have our space, our place to decompress after our day or whatever, and come back, and then we internalize, we decompress, and we just get prepared for the next day to do the same thing, and then the same thing after that, and the same cycle after that, and that's what we've got now. I see this, I really do, and I know many of you crew out there do too as well. Past the decades, I've noticed this, especially with the tech age, this instant need for more stimuli. You can't, nothing's good enough. You got to look for the next best thing that's going to make you feel better or make you feel a certain way more, and then you'll forget about that and go on to the next thing, looking at for like a feelings junkie, if you will, always looking out there for things that other people are doing that touch your heart, that make you feel a certain way about the words that they say or the songs that they sing. And then, the next day comes and, oh, I've already heard that. Who's the next genius to come up and spread a cliche that we can all suckle upon and feel good about ourselves and feel sad for those that aren't as fortunate as us, and and then we forget about it, and then the next day look for the same thing. Get the redundancy, crew? See where I'm going with this? Maybe. And that's kind of why I brought that up yesterday. I'm not knocking the young man. I think he's a brilliant, talented young man, and his message speaks to the heart, did to me. But then I recognize it for what it is. It's just another one of those things out there that just, after however many million people touch on it, they're going to be looking for the next thing to feed their need. They get bored with it, because that's what we have now. Is we have a society that has the attention span of a gnat. Everything's exciting and new and fabulous for a few seconds, and then it's boring. Move on, because there's so much more now. Get it? And that's where I think we're facing here, crew, with Meltology and spreading this out. Is, for a few years now, we've been live streaming, as crew, and I've been up here for almost all of them. And when you talk about Meltology and you get into Meltology, if you're looking at the same thing over and over again, and Spartan has said this, Spartan Red Laughing Eagle has said this many a times, there's much more to Meltology than just one thing. If you show one thing over and over again, it is redundant. Even though the pics are fascinating, the evidence is just jaw-dropping. People want more. They're looking for more. And that's why I try to break it up, and Spartan tries to break it up, showing the obvious to showing the obscure out there in the melt somewhere, because there's so much to see, man. There's remnants and artifacts and just pieces of these buildings laying in the most obvious spots, but not even known what they are. You know what I'm saying? And getting to the high elevation pics, that's just another area of Meltology that that just proves the expansive reach of this subject, and that's where I'm going with this. We're passionate about this topic, and the reason I am is the same reason you are, crew, because it's obvious. I mean, really, it is. Some of these the evidence we show, I get it. Some people can't see it. You got to be, you got to look at this stuff for a while and break it down to understand, comprehend, what you're looking at. And it takes a bit. It really does. It takes a bit. So I can see apprehension in some people when they first enter this. And even for some saltier ones that are still developing those eagle eyes, man, it takes a bit to break this stuff down. You got to take into account it all, the color differentials, the melt flow, like everything I've touched on, and then you pick up on it faster. And that's what we try to do up here in Melted Red Brick University. And there's so much to cover with it. And I guess that's off the top of my head, my mind thought process this morning while I was waiting for the stream. I was just looking through things and just looking through things and looking at different things. And these thoughts just popped into my head. One Love, Brick Love, Eagle Eye Crew in the house, Spartan Red right there. Brother, I hope you're feeling well today. I hope you're feeling wonderful, rested, and thank you for being up in here. And, the crew is always glad to see you, sir. And we love you so much. And as I touched on yesterday, Spartan, I don't know if you know or not, Devin Mike 69 was in the chat and stated that he kind of went through the same thing you have. So our hearts and our love go to both of you. And, Devin Mike 69, brother, hang in there, get better, rest. And know that you're loved here in this family. And we look forward to seeing you again up in here. And as well as Spartan Red, Laughing Eagle, of course, And, it just goes back to what Spartan has said. And we all know this, obviously. We're not all going to be here forever. We know this, And that's why, I'll touch on this again with why Spartan Red, Laughing Eagle created this platform. Is to build it for newer ones to come in and eventually carry on with it. You know where I'm going with this, because shit happens in life, and we can only guess what each day is in store for us, and we're uncertain of it. We just go blindly through our day and get through it to the next, and try to be cautious for whatever comes our way. But, things do happen. And again, that's why Spartan created this platform. So I do extend, again, invitations. I do extend my hand out to any of those that want to come up in and get more experienced with meltology, get more experienced with coming on live stream, and get more experienced with yourself. And become part of the carrying on of this message. And because this will continue, it's already out there. There's so many people that are on to meltology, it's spreading, and that's the main thing. Because it's, it's just one of those topics, that's really new. When you look at the timelines that we've been around and so much that we've been through as humanity, I guess. We're up against a lot, and we're up against ourselves, really. As far as a collective, as a whole in humanity, us as meltologists, of course, we're in a league of our own here, and trying to wake people up to what we see. But, people are pretty dead set in their psyche on what they believe, what they think they know, and hold us to account for their beliefs. They believe something, so we're going to be held account to believe the same thing. It'd be like me saying to any religious person out there, if you can't see this, then something bad's going to happen to you by the little melted God inside my head. I mean, that's the same thing. Some people claim that this is a cult. Some people claim that we're scamming and making money off of this, spreading lies and all that, when we know it's furthest from the truth. If you go to Odyssey, the backup channel, Spartan or Die, Spartan on the Gram, you can donate there, and you can check out the archives and watch everything from first stream to now, and you'll see what I just said was true. We of course we have a link to where you can donate. That's your choice. We appreciate it if you do, because all proceeds go towards the advancement of meltology, like Spartan and I have said from the get-go. So there's no really gain for Spartan or I. The only gain is knowing that we're waking people up, and so are you, crew. The only gain or the only payment I get is to see people wake up to meltology and spread the word. That's what I get out of this. That's what I want out of this. That's why I'm doing what I do. I don't have any money. I've never came from money. In fact, I come from no money. And struggled and scratched my way to where I am now, just like everybody else out there. I don't have a sugar mama. No, I don't have a mommy or a daddy to, fall back on if I fall in hard times. No, that's not a safety net for me. In fact, there is no safety net for me. And I'm sure there's no safety net for a lot of you too out there, crew. We all get up the same as everybody else, and we go to a job that uses and abuses us, I'm sure. If you work for anything corporate, I know that's your case. It's not easy in the workforce anymore. There's much out there to do in the workforce now. There's many jobs out there you can get because nobody wants to work. Because now we live in a handout society, relying on Uncle Sugar for that monthly fix, if you know what I mean. Accepting anything that they will give out. Why not? It's free money. They've taken it from us. If they're going to give it out, why not take it? Well, why not? In your thought process, go right ahead. Go right ahead and just be prepared to accept what they ask of you later for taking that money, because we know how these powers that be work. Nothing's for free, you know that. If it was for free, it wouldn't have been hidden so long ago, because there's so much out there that is for free that we've been paying through the nose for all of our lives. And I guess where I'm going at with this, crew, is, we're just dealing with so much that all of humanity is exposed to. And, we're very passionate, like I said, about getting this across to people. But then again, we're up against a lot as far as, helping them alter their perspective on things, like what we show, our evidence, expanding their mind and using their own skills that they, were born with, created with, have, that they've sacrificed for comfort. The ability to think rationally, critically. Now it's easier just to accept things and go with the flow, go with the crowd, stick with the pack. And the longer that goes on, the more, comfortable the comfort zone gets. And then, it's really to a point where you can't say, do, show anything to some people to make them comprehend what you're talking about. In fact, of course, you get the aggressive nature from them, and the ridicule and everything else that comes along with it. They're defending their comfort zone. They're giving up themselves mentally from any thought processes that are original to them. They're giving all that up for their comfort zone. So thus the apprehension for people to get what we're talking about, or not care what we're talking about, or not care what we're showing, the obvious. and the magnitude of what it means, because they're not able to rationalize what we're showing means to people. It's more than just a melted structure. Of course, we've talked about this before. The deception behind it, why? And everything else, why? Well, you can't expect people that are so set in their comfort zone to be willing to give it up, to, take their mind back and ask the same questions and demand the same answers. So this is what I guess I'm going at, the differences between people and why people can't see this, and then why some are so perceptive to it. And I really starting to see that, a lot of the ones that are waking up to this and the perceiving what's going on and stuff like that are the ones that haven't been in a comfort zone in a long time. Struggling their lives as we all do to survive and care about other people, and then find themselves left out in the cold or thrown under the bus or just forgotten. And, like I said, when you have nothing left that hasn't been taken, well, then you got freedom. It may hurt, but you have freedom. You know where you stand now. You're not dragging around anything that's weighing you down. You're not getting dragged down by the stone, if you will. You're now free to really see who you are and what you are in the eyes of others. So where am I going with this? Well, you know me. I don't fucking know. I'm just talking off the top of my head because I'm raw and I'm real, crew. Brutally honest, I've been called. And I really can't think of being any other way. If people take it as brutal, well, then I guess the brutality depends on the topic that I'm talking about and how it affects you in the conversation. So if it seems brutal to you, then you must fit in the conversation somewhere where you don't agree with me. And that's the way we are as critical thinkers, because we don't sugarcoat anything. You're not going to get anywhere or advance anyway if you lie to yourselves or sugarcoat anything more comfortable just for, taking on difficult issues and making them more comfortable just to, help your feelings and emotions out. No, truth is brutal. Truth is brutal, and it's necessary. It's necessary because conversation does not guarantee that you won't or can't be offended. Because, again, taking offense to something is a choice. I've been called a lot of things. I've been mocked and laughed and memed by many different people out there. It doesn't affect me personally. I really don't care. It does not affect me in my daily function. I have the choice to be offended, but I'm not. I may rebut because it's fun. And that's my choice too. And so is laughing. So, I'm kind of all over the board this morning, crew, with this intro. And, but that's me, man. I'm not going to get up here and pretend to be anybody I'm not. You wouldn't expect that out of me anyway. So, I'll just put that out there, and I'm going to address the crew here. Hey, Ox Hacks, good morning, man. Rick, love to you, one love to you and yours, bro. Good to see you. We got Marcel Ploger. Marcel, where you been, man? You're back. Rick Love, man. Great to see you up in here. The Drake, Mr. Beast fan. MIR. The Cade. I see you up in here. Yeah. Curtis 47, there you are. Let's see what we got here. What's Curtis saying to us this morning, fam? What's our brother saying today? Fervent, Spartan, Eagle Eye Crew. Rick Love, got people in town and gotta entertain. We'll have to catch up later. Have a great Sunday, easy. Back to you, Curtis 47. You too, brother. And I hope you and yours that you're joining with today. Much love, one love to all of them and you. Thank you, Curtis 47. And just a second. Absolutely, Mr. Beast fan. My family will always be my family. Well, my family will always be my family too. My family here, yes, you'll always be my family. Families are funny. Unpredictable, of course. And if you got a loving family out there, you're very fortunate. Especially if they can accept your viewpoints with Meltology, then you're extremely fortunate. Because, families are, well, just, the same group of people that we're talking about, my family, your family, everybody's got their individual thought processes that collectively make up humanity, but even our own families can get a little offended and have their comfort zones threatened just by looking at this information we're showing them. I've experienced that myself. And I know that there's a few out there in the crew that have experienced the same thing. Does it hurt? Oh, of course. Does it change the melt? No, it doesn't. Does it deter me from carrying on with what I feel in my heart? No, it doesn't. And I know it doesn't you either, crew. Home Bliss, there you are. Good morning, darling. Coffee, you bet. Coffee with a melt on the side time. Yes, it is, darling. So, I got my coffee here. I need that in the morning. I grew up on coffee. I was drinking coffee in the 4th grade. These are just some of these old school things about me that I grew up with. And I'm sure many of you crew out there in the same age group I'm in, we knew life in a different way back in the day. And now we're experiencing life back in this day and things are way different. And, that's inevitable. That's just growing pains, if you will, that we've talked about before. And, I'm going to get into some melt here, but like I said, I'm waiting for crew to come in, talking off the top of my head, man. Seeing what you all think about stuff. Maybe a couple of beers, somebody said. Yeah, Mr. Beast fan. No, I was drinking those in the 3rd grade. Yeah, that's, back in the early 70s, man, things were different. People thought different about the way they brought their children up. Some expose their children to things that others may not have. And, we're all different in our upbringing, but, these things have been in my life all my life. That's why I don't have an issue with them. Never had any vices. Other than maybe coffee. I just been down it for so long that, I got to have that coffee in the morning, man. It's just something, crew, if you've been drinking coffee for a while, you just need that, man. It really helps you get you going, focus you, get you started, man. Because dragging your ass out of bed day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, decade after decade, thinking that you're going to reach your retirement age someday to where you'll be able to reflect back on your youth and be glad that you worked so hard to be able to relax in your senior years. And some people are doing that now, and I'm glad for that. But in my age group, if you think that you're going to have a retirement, if you think right now that you've got money being set aside that you're paying into to where you become older and you're able to take that option to retire and reflect and enjoy the rest of your life, well, think again. I would rethink that thought process just by the way things are going now and what you see. I don't know how anybody can rationalize thinking positive about anything when we have a system that is just stealing and raping from us forever now, ever having our best interests in mind. In fact, telling us and physically showing us now that, you know, what we think is really unimportant to them, especially if we think that we paid into anything and we're going to compensate from it later. They don't owe that to us. Are you kidding me? And if we ever thought that, that's our fault for thinking that. So, you know, we're all brought up in the same thing, religion, politics, and it's ingrained into us. You know, it depends on how you were brought up and who was charged, who was tasked with your upbringing and your thought processes. And, you know, most people in this realm have been brought up in a religious thought process, and it's been instilled in your psyche so much to where, you know, if you're at an age now, you know, and I'm not knocking religion, you can believe anything you want. You can. And that goes for anybody. You can believe in whatever you want, but don't force it on me. Don't force it on others if they don't think the same way. And everybody's got the right to believe what they want. But when you start making, negative effects in humanity and people's lives and stuff based on your religion, well, then, you know, that's not cool. And then when your religion has got a hold of the government because you go out and vote for your next candidate that's relating to your religious side, if you will, you know, you're going to express your vote towards that person, and they're going to impose their will and your will upon everybody else, and then make it illegal if you have any issues with it. See what I'm saying? The enemy is us. And the most valuable real estate here is between our ears. And most people have just vacated that and given it up. It's been renovated now by the indoctrination. So this is kind of like my opening monologue, if you will, this morning. Just trying to express myself without a lot of vulgarity, if you will. Not that I'm bowing down to people's sensitive ears and lowering, or not lowering, but, you know, not coming out with my full me to appease everybody. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to get the message across right now. And be a little less fervent, if you will. Where am I going? Well, there's a lot coming up for everybody. It's in cycles. We've been going through it forever now. You know, election cycles and seasonal cycles, and everything is a cycle. Life and death, a cycle. Growing cycles. And we're experiencing it again, you know. And I think that the narratives and the motives are being pushed in people's minds to think that there's some big event about ready to happen. Well, they're right, I guess, in some ways, and they're maybe a little misguided in others. Who knows? We can't predict or tell the future. And I'm not going to pander to somebody's thought processes on what the little man inside their head is telling them that's coming, and that I need to be prepared for it. I don't accept, you know, other people's fear. I don't accept anybody's projections onto me either, because that's a common tactic used by people, is to do things or say things about you and then accuse you of doing what they're doing. That's just a common tactic by cowards. And cowards that are afraid to question their own human condition, challenge their own human condition, becoming strong internally as well as externally, but having that internal strength to think for yourself. That internal strength to learn and make mistakes, accept your mistakes, accept responsibility for those, and then get past them and move on. That's strength. But to be spoon-fed, accept whatever's being told, go with the flow, all of that, well, that's pretty weak. And I see a lot of weakness out there that's in control and causing a lot of the issues that we have today. And that's why I do consider myself a Spartan soldier, and I consider you and the crew as well, because you do have to be strong. Strong inside and out. And it does take a lot when you get into meltology and you really start getting into this and trying to expose it and express it. You're going to face it. You're going to face it if you probably already have. Mr. Beast fan. I married into a Dutch Reform family. Wow, what an eye-opener to cults. Oh, not laughing with you, Mr. Beast fan, or not laughing at you, laughing with you, brother. There's a lot of cults out there. People just really don't get that they're in. I mean, think about it. If something takes over your mind and takes over your life so much to where it has a negative effect if something happens, then that's a cult. Hell, look at NFL fans. There's been documented stories of people actually killing themselves because their team didn't fucking make it. Possessed them so much that they actually physically hated others that just liked a different team. It's like being in a gang. It's like wearing a certain color. It's like being in politics. Same thing, gang, politics. Liar, lawyer, mirror for you, right? That's the lyrics. They're all gangs out there. They all got their own symbols, their own colors. Look at the new rainbow stuff coming out. You don't think that's a cult? Look at their targets. Look at they're going after our children. You don't think that's a cult? If it takes over your life and your thought process and your mind, where it enables you from making rational decisions, critical thinking abilities, thinking less of others that don't fit your definition of what they should be based upon the clique you're in, you're in a cult. All these people that are getting ready to vote for the next selection, they're in a cult. This is not a cult. We're just showing you what you told to be mountains and rock formations and stuff. We're showing you that's not true. And it's your own secure position in your cult that makes you lash out and attack us for exposing this deception. See where I'm going with this? Melanie, there you are, baby. How you doing today, honey? Good to see you up in here. Always a pleasure. Love you, honey. So I'm just sparking some thought processes this morning, crew, seeing what you think about stuff. It is scary, Mr. Beast fan. Absolutely. And most of us have been raised by cult members our whole life. You know, it's now just accepted as normal. And if you don't think like that, then you're not normal. If we don't think like everybody out there, whether it be a political viewpoint or a religious viewpoint, and pretty much all the time, that's the same viewpoint. If you got a political orientation, you got a lot of the same religious orientation. Depends on what side you're on. Don't you agree? Whatever country you're in, whatever political rule you have to live under, you got parties within it. It's all about compartmentalizing. That's what corporations do. They compartmentalize everything. It's all sectioned off, different factions of this same faction to make this. It's all structured that way. A hierarchy, if you will. A chain of command from the lower to the highest, if you will. Everything is a pyramid step up thing. See what I'm saying? I mean, our own so-called money system is a pyramid scheme. It's obvious. It's just to a point now to where it's the only thing that's been running this shit sandwich forever, and there's nothing to change it. The only way they're going to change it is to do it differently. Still do the same damn thing, probably more worse now, because when they go digital, when you don't have anything that you can tangibly put in your hands to call exchangeable income with a fellow human being for a service or a product, and it's in the hands of a third person making the decisions for both of you, well, then, if you're 2 out of the 3, those 2 are fucked by the one that's in control of everything. Welcome to democracy. Welcome to socialism. Well, whatever ism you want to call it, or it's all the same shell game, because that's all we know as humanity is how to live off each other in a usury system. We know no other way other than killing each other and taking over each other's property or extorting another people for your personal gain. We know no other way. We haven't been taught that. Everything is competition. In our first memories, everything is competition. Yeah, sports are great. I grew up in them just as much as anybody else did. Had fun. Yeah, good stuff. Competing. Yeah, great. It does instill some worth within yourself, working to get better at this and that. But then it's always about a competition. There's got to be a winner and a loser, because that's the only thing we know. If there's a winner, there's got to be a loser, because that's just the way things are, because that's all we've been taught. I take more stake in the human mind that we're way more than this. We're way more than this. It's just been taken away from us on how we really are and what we really think about each other and how we can really live together without everything that we've been facing all of our lives. It's about change. We have to take action to make that happen. How? I don't fucking know. Do I have the answer? No. I'm not all knowledgeable like some people claim to be. I'm just another person up here on the interweb, or whatever the fuck it is, that knows with Meltology, something that challenged my psyche, my thought process as to what the hell I was looking at and what the hell it means to take on that challenge within myself and look deeper and deeper and deeper. And well, here I am. Making the change that I can make while surviving at the same time as you are, crew, and anybody else out there listening. When I say we're up against ourselves, well, we're up against ourselves. This is just what am I looking for? A leverage bar. Meltology is a leverage. It's an instrument of fact to apply pressure on to get people to pry their eyes open to see the truth, what we're talking about. And it's very heavy, the pressure. It's hard to lift it. It's hard to open it up enough for people to see what we're talking about. And the only way to do it is to keep doing what we're doing. For me to do what I do with this, as long as I can. This is my taking action. And I plan on doing more. I want to get more boots on the ground, get out, bring more to you in a different way. Maybe if I quit making somebody else very rich, I might find the time to do that. It's what we give up to get what we need. We give up our time. We give up ourselves away from our family. We take ourselves away enough to where we don't even get the rest a lot of times to keep going. Some people say, well, you just got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Well, most definitely, that's learning, of course. But while you're pulling yourself up by the bootstraps, you're getting kicked in the fucking balls every day at the same time. Well, you know, it's hard to stand up straight after you thought you tied your shoes or pulled yourself up. It's this redundancy, this complacency. When things are going so wrong, it takes me back to that In Living Color skit. Anybody remember that show, that comedy show, In Living Color? It had all those comedians on it, Jim Carrey. You remember that one skit by David Allen Greer? He's sitting on a bench, and he's got a guitar. And people are talking about stuff around him, and he starts getting into the conversation. He goes, yeah, I know a little bit of something about that. I wrote a song about it. It goes something a little like this. And he starts singing. Well, it's the same thing. Everybody recognizes something going on, and to make a song about it, let's just sing about it again. Put it to music again. Well, we do that with Meltology, putting things to music. But my point is this: when you have issues that need to be overcome, you got to do more than just write a fucking song and make everybody feel a certain way. If you're trying to make everybody feel a certain way, why? Are you just trying to show them that you're a loving person that can touch them emotionally like that? Or are you saying something to them where you want them to get the fuck up and do something? Because if you don't, it's just another redundant, beautiful song. Oh, Dean, you're so negative. No, I'm honest. I'm honest. I'm giving you my thought processes on it. If you see it differently, that's your choice. I respect that. If you agree with me, I respect that too. But this is me. But see, this is also my point. When I come out and I talk like this, There are those that are out there that want to automatically just go on the attack. Anything I could fucking say, I could say, I love kittens so much. They're so beautiful. You know, everybody should have a kitten. They bring you so much emotional support and all that, blah, blah, blah. They're going to turn it around into something dastardly. And that's just the thought processes of people now. When you're speaking the truth, when you're showing people reality, those that can't accept it because they're in their comfort zone are going to do everything they can to attack you when you're trying to do good for others, trying to get people to see that there's a melted building there. It's obvious that, hell, look at the evidence I showed with Spartan and the crew yesterday, and we're going to see again here in just a minute. All we're doing is showing melted structures, obviously melted buildings made out of brick. It's provable in a court of law, if you will. I even hate saying that because there's so much lawlessness in law. It's just a ridiculous oxymoron. But actually, we're getting attacked just by having streams about meltology, showing people that, look, we see things in a different way. And look at the hate. Look at all the stuff. Look at all the mockery we get. We're just showing melted buildings, man. It's obvious. See, this is the projection that they use again. We're not showing anything fake here, but they're taking offense to it, saying that we're something that they are, and then blaming us for what they're saying we are that they are, if you get what I mean. It's projection. It's a tool used by cowards, indoctrinated cowards. If we were up here just showing all kinds of fucking CGI NASA pics, well, geez, man, we'd have millions of followers. If we were talking about ancient alien stuff and saying how the Anunnaki came in and did this, and the Nephilim came in and did this, and the Phoenicians did this, and the Romans did this, and the Israelites did this and that and this, well, we'd have millions of freaking followers. But this topic here, why is it so controversial? Why isn't it being talked about more? Why hasn't academia and the esteemed all powers that be know about this, or told us about this, made this part of our upbringing and learning process? Why the deception? We're showing structures in the side of so-called mountains. They're showing all kinds of things out there popping up on TikTok, you name it, whatever. This big slab of this part of this rock fell off and exposed a fucking door with a stuka inside of it. How in the hell did they build that when you couldn't get inside? It's this preschool mentality. It's this preschool mentality. They talk down to people. They don't think that you have the thought processes to overcome the stupid questions that they're narrating, if you will. Is because people want the fast entertainment. People want the quick and now, whatever feeds their need for their pleasure at the time, for their entertainment. We've been beaten to death meltology forever now, and meeting a lot of resistance, people waking up, of course, but still getting so much pressure from those in their own cult trying to keep the power structure intact, if you will. So, just some rants from Dino this morning. Just being me. Yeah, it is, Mr. Beast fan. Kindergarten playground shit. It really is. You look at these people that are talking politics. It reminds me of the popular kids in school. The popular kids in school, in high school. You remember those ones? Mommy and Daddy had plenty. Teachers loved them. And then you had the less popular kids. And then the middle group, right? You had your tier structure. Same now with politics, man. You know, it seems like the popular ones. Who are these people? And why are they making millions of dollars before they get out of politics? Aren't they public servants on a salary? Certain people are being let to get away with stuff, and it's blatantly obvious, and it just proves that the whole damn thing is a scam. But then again, people want to stay in their cult and go out and cast a ballot for their favorite gang leader. Anyway, I love you, crew. Melted Red Brick University. Like, share, and subscribe. Fervent Heat Meltology Inc. up in here running his fucking mouth this morning. Oh, man. You know, why? That's me, baby. That's just me, man. That's just me. I was a metalhead in high school and didn't care. No, Mr. Beast fan. When laws become lawless, time to rethink. Laugh out loud, Mr. Beast fan, once again. Yes, absolutely. Just trying to spark some mental thought processes the morning, crew. Trying to see where you're at and what you think. Marcel is expressing himself this morning. Brick love, one love to you, brother. I agree. I agree. You know, it's all a big structure of sticks. And we're all about to experience that old game of pickup sticks. You remember that game? It's like the House of Cards fallen. But I kind of think in this thought process of if the House of Cards is fallen, then it's planned. Just like everything else is planned. Which go back to what I talked about, other realms. And while I do that, I'm going to get into the evidence, and we're going to talk, crew. We're going to talk. And I'm just going to go through because already in an hour and 7 minutes, and I've been talking because I can. This system rewards the unrighteous mostly. Absolutely, Freya. Absolutely, the degenerate, oh man, you know the kind we're talking about. The bigger piece of shit you are, the more you got, the more famous you are. Why do you think that they're trying to? I mean, look what they're doing with people that get out of prison. They did bad stuff, man, real bad stuff, and they try to idolize them to young people. They go out there and they prop them up and have them talk to young people about, how they did such bad things and this and that. And they're wanting to steer these young people in a direction that they didn't go. Well, that's all well and good, but why not take the guy, the man, the woman out there that's been beating a job for 50 years, not hurting anybody, in fact, helping people, and prop them up? Propping people up that actually have done good for humanity. Why aren't those people propped up? Why? It doesn't fit the agenda, does it? It doesn't. No, they're promoting the prison industrial complex. At the same time, these people that get out of prison and talk to these little children about, you don't need to go down the road that I went down. It's a long, dangerous, deadly road, boy. You don't want to do that. Now, go home to your mommy and go home and play Grand Theft Auto. Go watch your dad's porn on the interweb. Get it? Anyway, great comments. I love you too, Freya. I love everybody out there. Wendy, yep, she says. Wendy's on it. Rick Love, darling. It is weird, Wendy. Everything's fucking weird. It really is. I said yesterday, when I go to work, when I go outside my nest here, my control center, if you will, I put on my shades, just like Rowdy Roddy Piper did in They Live. I put on my shades, and I spark one first. Damn right I do. I'm getting myself prepared for the Twilight Zone episode I'm stepping into. Because that's what it feels like to me. It really does. And I'm sure you all experience the same thing, man. You got to really watch yourself when you're out there today. You just don't know. People are so damn unpredictable and on whatever, whether it be a drug or a power trip, you might get caught up in, man. I try to keep my head down and keep moving. And that seems to work out well because most people can't fucking keep up with me. It's just the way I am. Intellectually and physically. I love verbal judo. It's fun. But anyway, I'm gonna get into the evidence, and I'm on my phone so I can see chats, and I'll keeping on here. Exactly, Oxax. They make herb illegal while bomb other countries is okay. Exactly, man. Think about it. Hell, when I was 17 years old, I was not able to drink legally, and neither was anybody else. But when I got out of school that summer and I went to Fort Dix, New Jersey, through basic training and learned how to kill people, when I came back, I still wasn't able to buy a beer. I wasn't looked at as an adult. I was trained to kill people for the government, but I wasn't looked at as an adult. And many of you veterans out there face the same thing. You remember if you joined at such a young age. It's all bullshit. Now, I'm not saying should children go out there be drinking beer and liquor and stuff? Absolutely not, man. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying, if there's if there's somebody in control of you, or you join them and they're going to teach you how to do something, and then restrict you on your like you're not able to handle something like a beer, it's just insanity. The thought process behind it all. It just shows that you're nothing but a servant to them, and you're going to act accordingly how they dictate to you. This is what it is. That's what we're facing. And look at how we are today, man. Grown adults being talked to like we're fucking children, literally, like we're little children, like we're in some kind of a daycare that's, being ran by the adults in the room, if you will. It's like, really? And then if you express your discontent about being treated like that, well, then they really put the pressure on you then. And call you aggressive for standing up for yourself. But anyway, here we go. We're going to get into some evidence here. Wendy's got her oil. All right, Wendy. Rick Love, darling. Good to see you, honey. Rick Love, one love to you and yours. Just a second here. I'm going to large screen this. All right. My computer's doing good. My red light's on, but my message hasn't popped up to indicate anything. So I'm going to keep on here. I haven't used it since I shut her down last stream yesterday, so we should be okay. Thank you for listening to me this morning, crew. I love you. And we're going to move into some melt here. Yeah, MIR, when you turned 18, they changed the age to 21. I remember that. We'll get into the chat here in a bit. Thank you, Mr. Beast fan. Thank you. I try to be. There's my, like anybody, there were times where I might not have been. When I was blind and indoctrinated back in the day, as we all were. But we all make mistakes. We're all human. We all move on. So here we are. And look at this. Downward shot, melt right here. Color differentials right off the bat. Center pick. See all this cooked out? It's obvious. We can see right here, right here, right here, right here. It's obvious what we're looking at. We're looking down at the terrain, if you will, of a massive melted complex, really. Because look again, look how circular this is. And when we look at something like this, out of every pick that I see, the first thing I think about is the X factor event and how it happened. And that helps me describe what I'm looking at. Because this electrical heat energy that came from the bottom up and expanded everything out and it went down. Well, here's the evidence, man, because that's exactly what this shows right here. Look at the floor plans in this. Look at the internals lost in the melt. I mean, I'm not making it up. That's not a natural feature. All this is not natural down in here. We have structure right there. Levels of it in the melt. We can see the expansion and the block and the brick and the apertures and everything else. We can actually see the brick wall. We can actually see other structures that went down in the melt that are attached to it. Same thing, floor plans. Apertures, internals, right there. See? Floor plans, levels, right there, center pick. See? All this back here, same thing. Everything experienced the X factor. We got the brick wall here. We got this more cooked out over here. We see the same thing over here. Internals, apertures, structure. See it? It's right there. Multi-level. Sinking down into itself. It's right there. Right there too, see? Sinking down into itself. The outside expanded out. Right there. You get on water level with this thing, looking at it directly, you're going to see it. It's right there. We're just looking down on it with this shot. And we can see how it sank down. It didn't get washed away by a bunch of mud. It sank down within itself. Because that's what the evidence shows us. See? There's no collection of mud blocked up against anything, covering anything. These are massive structures that sank down into themselves and created a brick ash flood, a flow in the melt on a massive realm-wide event. Downward shot, famous pick. What are we looking at? Where are we at here, crew? I'm throwing some pop quizzes out to you today just to have a little fun. What's this a shot of right here? Anybody? Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Where are we at here with this pick, crew? Devil's Tower. Looking down on Devil's Tower. No, it's not a Titan erection, Drake. Oh my God. Yeah, we're looking down on Devil's Tower, man. This is a kind of a grainy pick, but I took these. Just looking around, and right off the bat, I see Devil's Tower. They call it. It's just part of this massive structure that went down. Because where's the rest of it? Well, it's right there in front of us. That's where the rest of it is. It's right there in front of us. It's right there in your color differentials. It's right there in your melt flow. It's right there in the undulation of the ground, if you will. It's all right in front of us. We built highways and roads on top of it. We built homes and businesses on top of it. We've created parks with it and called it federal parks or state parks, and labeled it as something, in this case, called Devil's Tower. I doubt if that's the original name for it, and I doubt if that's the original look that it had before the melt. You can see the C14 everywhere in this melt flow. Spartans covered this many a times and broke it down and proved that this is a melted structure. A different shot of it here. I put an arrow right here showing, look, there's your C14 that we were looking down on in that last pic. There's your structure right there. See? So right here in front of us, expansion, lines, see it? It's there. It's there, columns, structure, wall, right here, look, wall. See, aperture, look, there's an arch. Huh? More internals. This and this are still attached. They're just separated by melt flow and now trees cutting through the middle of it. See? Looking down, this is from an airplane. This is not CGI. See, there's the wing of the airplane right there. See? So this is not a NASA pic or a CGI pic. This is a photograph from a plane flying over it. And we look at it and it looks kind of weird. It's smaller at the top and a lot bigger at the bottom. Wonder why? I wonder what would cause that. Well, some thinks it's a giant tree. Well, that's one of the big narratives out there, everybody. It's a giant tree. Everything's a fucking petrified tree. When the evidence does not show that. The evidence shows, again, the same kind of evidence that we always see. The expansion, the C14, the apertures, the lines, the blocks, all of it. We can see it. It's right there. Now there's trees and stuff growing up in here, but it's all right there in front of us. Everything I just said is right there in front of us. There's your apertures. There's your color differentials. There's your internals right there. See them? Internals, part externals, who knows? That's structure. That's right angle. There's apertures. There's block. That's structure, man. Which makes all of this structure too. As we'll see. As Spartan has already shown, and many others. We're just breaking it down again this morning too, because I snapped these for a reason. Kind of a light shot here, but I was popping up here more. Just looking at here. Color differentials, again, we got these verticals or cuberts, if you will, but we see block in it. We see colored C14 in it, same thing, see? See? Melt. It's all melt. It's right there. Scorching. It's all right there. Just popping the lower part here, looking at that. What's that? What is that? See right angle. I see an expansion mess here. You look through and you can see something through there. What is that? What is this in here? Well, if this is a tree, what the fuck is that doing there? If this is a big giant penis, well, this one had crabs or something. But that's a right angle melt right there. And that's expansion around it. And that's transitioning all the way through it. Everywhere. See? The expansion coming off here. What is all this? What is all that? The top up here. This is coming down here, but it expands out here. See how it bulges out this side here? See that? Boom, right here. What is that up in there? I see structure. I see right angle. I see melt. I see expansion. I see color differentials. I see blocking. Don't you, crew? What is all this up here? People focus on just, it's like, it goes back to that Bruce Lee flick, Enter the Dragon, where he's teaching his student and he points to the sky where the stars are all out there. And the student looks up, looking at his finger, and he slaps the kid upside the head and says, don't concentrate on the finger or you'll miss all the heavenly glory. Well, same thing applies right here. People look at this pic, they automatically focus on the finger and not at everything else. When you look at these, when you look at evidence, you got to look at the surrounding terrain, what's around it, if you're going to get any kind of breakdown on what this is. Because the evidence is out here in the melt flow too, as what this is, or what was part of this. Because all this is expanded up. You can see it's expanded up and flowed out. You can see the wave patterns and the undulation of the ground. That's all melt flow. That's all melt structure. It's just got grass and trees on it now. I mean, I popped the bottom down here to highlight the expansion coming off in here. Look at the bottom. Everything in the dark is trees. Everything that is not dark is melted structure. It's kind of like popping it for you in a way. Like this, darkening the trees and then exposing the melt, kind of like pops it for you a bit. See? And you get in there, you see it. And down here where it's going into the melt. I'll brighten it up. This is the melt flow. This is where it's sinking down. And you got the disintegration and the pulverization of the structure itself. See? Sinking down, pushing all of this material out. And then, of course, back to the structure itself. What's this? All of this right here. Look at it closely. See, there's more to the evidence than meets the eye once you get into it. Back to this. What is that, crew? Look at the whole face of this right here. And what are you picking out right here? Because I see something. See? Almost looks rendition-y or expansion. There's detail here. This is detail in the structure. This is part of the cuberting going on, but this is the shell right here that we're close to it. You can see the block in it. You can see the brick in it, the lines in it, the expansion coming off of it. And I think what we're looking at here is we're seeing as close as we can some of the actual structural makeup, artistic design on the outside of this thing, because this doesn't fit all the other stuff up here. See all this straight up and down stuff, which is ghosted out shit, really, with apertures and features on it, one right there. But this right here is very intriguing. Hey, Brick Love Gaz, good to see you, brother. The Drake, Mr. Beast Fan, MIR. Wendy, Freya, Melanie, I believe was up in here as well. And many others. Jeffrey Bale, there you are, man. Brick Love, brother. Yeah, man. Devil's Tower. These are just some things that I was looking at the other night. This is what I do, crew. Back to that again, man. See the ghosting, color differentials. The expansion came from the inside out, man, and just shoved its way past through the, all open areas in this thing. It pushed its way against it and around it and expanded out, and leaving spots like this that just didn't get expanded out all the way to where we have definition and detail, showing that this is structure. You can see it right here too. Look. Right here, look. Even down here, look at your ghosting going on. You're blocking your apertures up in here. All of it. But this over here, look how this slipped out right here. Look how cooked out it was getting, going scorchy and white down here. It just took this. This is showing you how it sank down into itself, and it's splaying out right there. It's actually these were up higher, and it's sinking down, and just this all the material underneath this is melting out into the flow and pulling this top layer with it. It's right there in front of us. What's all this? On the Hunt crew, checking out a little bit of Devil's Tower this morning, or this melted structure called the Devil's Tower. But again, showing you down here in between the trees, because everything dark are trees growing in here around the structure. And I mean structure because look, once again, anywhere I drag this where it's exposing this, it's all internals, man. the structure exposing itself. And down here in the foreground, obviously, we got the chunks being shoved out, pushed out, the building disintegrating and being shoved out as it's disintegrating, leaving these blocks, these big chunks of the building, man. See? You can actually see C14 here. You get in, you see it's not just, it's got depth to it. It's got block here, cooked out here, C14 there, just jagged chunks of the structure being pushed out as this thing went down into the ground, into itself. This thing was much taller. Do we get it? This feature was much taller than what we see. This is probably, I don't know, off the top of my head, I don't know, an educated guess or a thought process, deep critical thinker guess, maybe a third of what it was is what we're looking at. Because again, this is a big structure, man. And it worked off the etheric energies. We know this in meltology. Was this tech, was this habitable? I don't know. But it functioned off the free energy that was around it at the time. Because I think the so-called what we call atmosphere might have been different before the melt. And what we have now is some leftover remaining sense of an ecosystem that's been dwarfed or dumbed down, if you will. The breaker blew and it hasn't been replaced because it can't be replaced. We're having to live on the melted circuit board. Devil's Tower, man, look. And this is a different side of it. We were looking at the other side before where the Cuberts went all the way down into the flow, right? This is the other side, and we're looking at the expansion coming up. Twisting, distorting everything in here. Heat coming from the bottom up, shot right up this thing. It's sinking down into itself and disintegrating apart right here. Look over here. Here we have our Cuberts coming down. As it's sinking down, they're splaying out. See that? This one just went vertical down into the mess. See that? Dropping straight down into the mess, pushing against itself as it disintegrates down in the melt, causing all of this shit right here. Look at that, man. It's all right here in front of us. The building being ripped apart with the weight and pressure of its own self. Look. Look, we have these right here. See how these are vertical right here? See that? Now look at this side. What's up with all this mess? What is all this twisted, distorted mess? Well, that's the building disintegrating into itself. Melted from the inside out, falling straight down into itself, and collapsing, shifting, turning, ripping apart as it went down. We see right angles everywhere up in this thing, man. Look. We see apertures, chunks of stucco still on pieces of this stuff. Who knows what you'll find in this melt? You might start even finding renditions if you look. Columns, if you will. Everything attached to this that went down is still right here. It's just melted as shit, man. Look at this mess right here. What is that? Look at this piece right here, center pick. Just a second. Where was I? All of this right here. All this is within the red. See how these cuberts come right here? We got structure. Here's structure. That's all this is. All these cuberts are is just expanded out structure. The internal, external features of this thing just being expanded out, and buoyancy and density taking it down into the melt, man. And this right here is the internals, man, being exposed right here. Who knows what you'll see in this? You know, you don't want to get a pace of pareidolia going on, but like I said, man, I wouldn't be surprised if you can pick out renditions in some of this shit if you got a good enough PC. But I'm already seeing just melted structure in here, level sinking down, falling forward into the melt. It's about getting into the evidence and asking questions. Why is this splaying out right here? See this right here, how it comes up and then it goes here? And all this is getting ate up underneath. This is the collapse of this structure causing all of this down below. Everything underneath this thing went up, went just melt. It fell into itself. It dropped down into itself. And here it is right here for us, showing us how it's splaying out and disintegrating down as it goes. Look, this side here, heat energy from the bottom up. Again, this thing splayed out. See how this is slipping right here? All of this is just slipping down, expanding out and falling and splaying out in an angle. See that? Flowing out here into the bottom right corner. You got to get into the features and break them down. Get an understanding, a comprehension of what you're looking at. Because again, it's not just one big chunk that's the same. There's so much to this thing. People just concentrate on the finger once again and not looking at all the heavenly glory in front of you. It's called reading the melt, man. There's nothing fantastical or mystical about it. It's getting in there and finding the shit and popping it and showing it for what it is, man. That's all. That's all. Meltology is very simple. Spartan has said that many a times because it is. Again, man, look, what are we looking at? Well, hell, Dean, you're looking at a fucking field with cows on it. Well, yeah. I'm talking to the Eagle Eye crew, though, right? What's that? What's this? What's all this? Undulation of the ground. See? It's not just grass growing on and it's completely flat. There's more underneath. See it? It's the melt flow. Because us as meltologists, we break it down. I see features that are in the melt flow, basically gone. And this feature coming all the way through the middle of it here. And then these features right here. See how there's a bank going up here? And then we got this ledge, if you will, through that. That's structure, man. This is a wall right here that got lost in the melt. See? All slopes down. This is structure, and it is splayed out into the melt. We got part of it up above it here. This is a wall feature. This is some kind of structure feature that shoots all the way across here. To this. And continues on over here on this side. So this shows the undulation of this. This went all the way across here. Slipped down here in the melt, in the X factor. Fell apart, disintegrated apart, all through the center of this right here. In the melt flow. Influx coming down, shifting apart, exposing here, ghosting out all the features as it went into the flow. In fact, you can see the wave pattern as it comes down. Up here to down here to down here and goes on. Very fertile. Great spot to have cattle. Melted building. See it? What's left of it. Oh, Dean, they came in with bulldozers and cut away and backfilled. And, well, why? Why? There's nothing there. Why? You can see it, man. Wall right here, look. Undulation of the ground in ground right here. See that? Boom. A big moat trench, whatever you would say right there. It's just the structures that sank down and splayed out into the melt. This could be the front of a tower piece. Right here, see this? Watch. See this right here? See this right here? It's supposed to be like some kind of an opening right here. Well, look. There's two of them. Cooked out. One here, one here. This one here, you look at right here, and you go and it cuts back, and you got structure coming through here. And then you got melt flow here. Structure in it. This is showing that these features that were standing just splayed out and went down into the melt within itself. Literally, this whole area, look how flat it is. Pretty much, it's that wave pattern, though. It's that melt flow pattern with features like this all over. All over. In fact, you can see this part over here is higher than this part over here. You can see how this wall splayed out over here. Look, it's right there. It's all right here. See? Out there in the melt, man, in the sticks. We got these features. Arch, horseshoe magnet. Look how wonky it was. Why is it shaped like this? Well, because when the X factor happened, this sank down right here. This column used to be standing more like this one, but both of them were much taller. This arch was much bigger. This side shifted down in the melt, causing this pull right here. See this? See how it strung it out this way? Pulling it this way. See it? Causing this wonky feature as it went down, man. It's right there in front of us, man. It's right there in front of us. Another chunk of the melt back here in the trees. Look, it's right there. You just got to train your eyes to look for the melt. It's pretty simple, actually. And quite fun and entertaining to look. Out there in the sticks. Trees up top. Taking root in this. Your lines once again. C14. Red brick. Block. Look at that underneath there, man. Yeah, I thumbnailed this one for a few streams ago. But again, arch, arch. See, what's it doing out there, man? In the forest. This is structure, man. This is a building, part of a building, and it follows back here too, man. I mean, it's just putting it together. It's just putting it together, and it is quite simple when you start just really trusting yourself in what you're looking at, man. And getting with other like-minded people that critically think and talking about it. And that's what we do up in here in Melted Red Brick University and the Eagle Eye Crew. That's who we are. This is what we do. These are ponderosas, man. These pines right here, these are either sequoia or ponderosa. And they're quite small compared to how big they can get. And look at the roots taken here. Why are the roots so high up on in here, man? These are the roots that haven't found access down through the fissures and stuff of the melted structure underneath. But the melted structure underneath is the point. Look, brick block, melt, right there in front of us. You know, when you're out and about vacation or wherever you're out or you're taking a walk, you know, pay attention to this kind of stuff, because what we have back here behind is the building. Look at your lines going down. Look at that. Look how it is angling down in. See that? This big chunk is just driving its way right down into the melt right there. See that? In fact, we're looking at the foreground of this, all this shit right here just coming down in the melt. Look, here's a big chunk right here. This could be part of a huge concrete molding, actually. See? This is crystallization going on right here. Red brick in it. See? It's all spotted throughout all of this. Why is this tree leaning like that? Why is this tree growing? We got this tree going straight up, kind of angling a little bit, but that's expected in a tree. This tree here is doing the same thing. It's going pretty much straight up, and it's growing right over building. Look, this tree is growing right on top of all this block, all this cooked out, crystallized C14 laden block. Look at it. It's right in front of this big slab in the front here. And so is this one over here, but this tree's going really different, man. Look at that. See the angle this tree's taking? Look at that. Why is that? Well, what's it growing on? It's hard to tell, a little dark. It's growing on the melt. Did it grow up underneath something to where it came up against it, grew around it, and it grew it out this way? Is that why that tree's like that? It's plausible. It is absolutely plausible. Look, I used to grow, and I would tweak my branches all the time. It causes stress to them. Not breaking them, not harming them, but you bend them a bit, and it causes it's a stressor to the plant, and it just sends that much more energy to that part of the plant, and it'll just take off and grow fast, man. Maybe this was stressed. It pushed up against whatever it was growing around on this and took root around and under and in it, and forced it in this direction, and it took off that way. Because why didn't it grow like the rest of the trees? And why is it growing on this? Well, this is growing on something too, see? Look how the root patterns took. They grew around the block in the melt. They grew around the pulverized structure in the melt. See? It's right there. Structure. Same pick right here, but more over this way with it now. Structure. Same pick. Here's this tree, but we're just a little tighter up in here now. reading the melt, looking at the block, picking out the brick, looking at the layering, the level, the pancaking. All the signatures of the X factor is right there. Just reading the melt, looking for stucco, seeing it, looking for cooked out structure, seeing it. Look for any abnormality, shit that just looks things or stands out different amongst the rest of the evidence that it's around. Like this. This is the far side of this pick. Right here is where we're at. What's this? It's right there in front of us. See it? It's different than this side, and it's different from this side. This stood out. Disintegration, buoyancy and density taking over. Chunks of the structure exposed. This is more the shell. See? What's this down below? It's got a rock curtain over the top of it. It's right below what we were looking at up here. Just breaking down the melt, crew. Popping it, showing it. If you see something, because that's what we do, we bring it towards each other and you break it down and you analyze it and then we talk about it. Mods, if we got anything in the chat that needs to be dealt with, feel free to do so. Like again, I said, I'm on the evidence. I got my phone here, but I missed some of the chat. But this is your nest, crew, as much as it is mine. So mods, do your thing if you feel you need to. We'll talk about it later and I'll look at it later. Anyway, move on. That tree, just looking at this leveling here. C14 laden back here. Look. Structure back in there. Now there's trees and stuff, but I'm seeing C14 back up in there. And it goes up. Big rock curtain coming over the top here. Strange feature out there in the sticks. This one. What's that? Why is that there? It's brick. It's heat damaged. It's obvious structure. That's not a tectonic plates of anything being shoved up. All this stuff sticking up out here that's all heat damaged, well, it's part of the structure that's back here that everything's growing on, man. It's right here in the middle of the trail. And people just walk by it. That's obviously melted, man. Look, this looks like any part of a castle wall that you can look at. Same texture, same kind of X factor features right there. Another chunk out here. This was all melt flow. Then the trees grew. Same here. Melt flow. And I love to look at these kind of pics and get up under here where see the trees up top? See all that? I love to get in here and look at what's underneath. What's underneath. All this stuff that we take for granted, that's just dirt. That's just the side of this dirt. This is all dirt. But when you think about meltology and you get into it, we know it's just not dirt. Because we know what dirt is. So when we get into these, man, I love to just get in here and look what these trees are growing out of. These trees are growing out of on the side of this bank. Meltology, heat differentials, expansion. See? Big expansion coming up here, trees growing out of it, right off here. All this is structure, man. All this is melt flow. All this is crumbled apart structure. Turn into brick ash, man. Because this is all melt flow. Look how cooked out it is down here. It's reading the melt, man. Like I said, you never know what you're going to find when you get into evidence and start looking. Again, out there in the sticks, one of these things just doesn't look like the other. Look how cooked out it is. What's this right here? Bottom left. You can only see part of it, but we can see it recesses back because we got a shadow being casted underneath here. See that? This expansion here coming down over this here. You can see it. We got an opening with this rock curtain feature over the top. Could have been a huge arch. Looks like it. Looks like something that used to be there that's now heat damaged and distorted beyond recognition. Just looking down into the melt, man. I love these kind of pics too because you never know what you're going to find, man. You really aren't. You can look at a pile or but when I first got this pic right here, it had that white sheen over it. I couldn't make out any detail hardly. But when I get in and I pop it, it brings out more detail for me. It brings out more color differentials and everything else. See? This could be a chunk of concrete molding. This is obviously brick. Heat damage right here. Look, brick right there fused into it. Brick right there. Look. Big brick right here. getting cooked out, distorted, expanded. C14 leaving this yellow cast to it. Look, it's right there, man. It's not brick. Well, what the hell is this? It's red brick, man. What's on here? Look how these pieces are attached here, but we got all this expanded. Look at that. We got something right in here, brick right in here. This was very viscous and hot. Color differentials once again, man. Crystallized out right there. Look. Structure, man. Right here, right angle drop. Look, man, right there, man. I mean, come on. Left side coming out right here. Look. Left side, way different kind of melt. Look. Color differentials off the chain on this one. Look. Disintegrating apart. Probably looked like this. Turn into this. What's down underneath? Looks like a great little fishing hole. Look how cooked out it is underneath. Look at the lighter color compared to up top, the hottest part of the melt. And all the features out there in it too. Melted structure. All these rapids are caused by the water flowing over melted structures, man. It's right there in front of us, see? Again, out there somewhere in the melt, man. Look, obviously this isn't natural. It's not natural. You got your wall, you got your block. This is structure, man. It's obvious. It's not a natural. Nobody came in here and placed these here like this. All of this is welded together. From this chunk here to what's melted together down here, man. This is all structure that sank down into the melt. Look, it's right here. It's right here. See? Falling apart, disintegrating apart, getting lost and buried in the melt. Look, it's a big chunk getting lost in the melt right there. Look, it's right there in front of us, man. Red brick everywhere in here. Excuse me. Sorry about that, crew. Out there in the melt, man, this is what I love to do. Just get out there in spots like this and just go for it, man, and find it. Broke this down yesterday, left corner right there. Look. Look at the ghosting going on in this cooked out shit right there. Look at that, man. The left corner was way hotter than when we go down. See how you start getting more of a very hot, but it's not extreme hot like it's ghosting shit out right here. See that scorching? Look at that. Look at how this is pooling out right here. Look at how this is just dropping down in the melt right here. Look at the color differentials in this. In fact, you can even pick out right angles, structure in that. Look, it's flowing out, flowing down. Wall piece here, wall piece here. Something that went back up in here. Now being rock curtained over. Just reading the melt, man. What's these? Big block coming off here, expansion. What's underneath it? Expand it out, sinking down into the melt, pushing everything out as it went down into the melt, distorting any features along this thing. We work our way up. We can see the lines. We can see it being cooked out. We can see the C14. Reading the melt. Wall piece coming across here. Look. What's this? Coming from right here, under the water, but all the way across over here. Well, it's part of this right here. All right, crew, I'm going to do something here. I'm just going to look at something. Okay, don't want that. All right, coming back here, get into the chat a little bit. I'm going to come center for a second. Everything seems to be going okay, crew. Power's up, fine. Everything looks good. I just want to find out what was going on in the chat. I'm just going to do a little bit of scrolling, recognizing some people. Mr. Beast fan, Gaz A, Melted Inverted Realm. The Drake, Melanie, there you are, baby. Just trying to see who y'all were talking about up in here. Throw me something in the chat if you can help me out as to what was going on up in there, mods. Just interested, seeing what's going on. We haven't had a troll or a bot or a whatever else up in here for a while, just seeing what's up. Thank you, MIR. We'll figure it out later. If there was somebody up in there, I'll find out who it was. Just want to know what's going on in the chat, crew. I know my mods are up in there taking care of business. Oh, Ben Had's been up in here before. I remember him. But we're going to take a quick intermission here, crew. I'm going to go do what I need to do, and you do what you need to do. And we'll be right back. We're back, crew. Thank you very much for that break, hanging out, coming back, and donating your valuable time to the fam up here in the crew. Brick love, one love to everybody out there advancing meltology. And there's many out there, and it's great to see it. It really is. Yeah, MIR, that's how we are up in here, man. Spartan and I are a little bit retro, if you will. We like the funk, the era we came from, man. Yeah, baby. Adds a little nostalgia, a little remembrance to some of us older crews. The way things used to be, a little more funkadelic, psychedelic, a little more retro. Yeah, man, just different times, man, than what we live in today. But thank you for that. But anyway, yeah, we're going to break down some more melt here. I just had to take a quick one, and you did too probably. And we got to finish it up with a nice little bowl pack here, get myself ready. And I'm going to get back into the melt. I'm going to get back into the page, actually. And we're going to go back through the cruise melt, and we're going to touch back with Spartan's work. Spartan, you were up in here just a little bit earlier, brother. I hope you're still watching. We love you. Thank you for everything. And we hope that you're resting and doing well. And we also feel that for you, Devin Mike 69, going through kind of the same thing you are, Spartan. And all our hearts go out to Devin Mike 69 as well. All our thoughts, our positive blessings, and light and love, both of their ways. Eagle Eye crew brothers of ours. So we love you both. Yes. So yeah, we're going to get into the page, crew. I'm going to click in here, share screen again. Give me a second. Am I still up in here, crew? Give me a chat if you can hear me. Am I back, crew? You got me? If you can hear me, let me know in the chat. Okay, MIR. Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm looking at my phone, and it's not on the same thing that I was on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm clicking onto the page, trying to here. I'm going to open it up first. And wait for it to load up here for us. Then I'll get right into it. I don't want to go too fast for StreamYard here. Give it time to do its thing. Thank you, Wendy. Mr. Beast Fan Gaz. MIR. Freya, thank you all. Thank you very much. All right, the page is still loading. Yeah, my red light's on, so it might be pulling on my system. I don't know. Just waiting for it to come up. Quit spinning up here on my screen. Okay, here we go, I hope. Let's do this melt. Let's do this melt. Give me a second, coming into infinity, hopefully. Just waiting for the wheels to quit turning, waiting for things to catch up. But Brick Love, One Love, Melted Red Brick University. Like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you wish. Deeply appreciated. All proceeds go towards the advancement of meltology and meltologists. And you can go into Spartan on the Gram, Spartan or Die, and you can check out all the archives of the Chill Out Zone, the Sunday Easy, and the Melt with Fervent Heat, and many others that are up in here that we're showing them out their way. And you can find us all up in there. Backup channel on Odyssey. Spartan or Die, Spartan on the Gram. Waiting for my infinity to catch up. Just a second. Waiting for it to quit moving here. All right, I'm going to click into the page. Let me see. Let me know when you got the page in front of you, crew, because now I can't see the chat unless it's on my phone. Yes, MIR, melt that like button. Exactly. Anybody see the page yet? We up on the page yet? Not seeing it on my phone. All right, Freya, you see it. Thank you, darling. All right, we're going to get into the melt here. And I want to get back to Spartan's evidence. Go down to it, and we'll click on some others as well if my computer lets me. Showing some great here by the crew, but I'm going down here to Spartan's work because there's some pics we needed to get into. And check out Mark Jameson, John Braver, Desmond Anthony, anybody else out there throwing up great joints, man, for us to puff up, pass on. Check them out. Show them some brick love. Show them some brick love. Deb throwing up some great chants out there with some meltologists. Brick Love Deb, the Red Brick Chick. Here we go. And again, Spartan Red's work right here. It's all of the melt. Exactly. And we'll start with this one here, obviously. Melt. This might have been one we left off on yesterday, actually. Melt flow right here, man. Look at the expansion in the front, man. It's just flowing out towards us. Cooked out. In the back, obviously structure, man. Obviously not a natural formation. Because there's nothing in natural formation. It's a melted formation. Everything realm wide. And we look at this pic here, and as breathtakingly big as it is, we can see that these are separated. These expansions coming down, there's gaps in them. See, bam, bam. In here, up here, all the way down, up here, all the way down, up here, all the way down, and then splaying out over here. And the same all the way through this. Walls coming down, walls coming down. Cooked out completely. This is just a fraction of the structure. This is just a level. A melted out level of the structure. The rest of the structure that was up above is gone. It's disintegrated off. It's gone. It's all cooked out off into the melt flow. It's gone. These things went up fast, man. These things, very rapid as they went down into the melt. Much higher than what they are right now. Again, Spartan showing the C14 obvious in this, cooked out obvious in this, the layering, the leveling obvious in all of this here. Again, how does erosion cause all of this? How does sedimentary layers or any other narrative fit this? And that's the thing you got to look, man. When you're looking at features like this in meltology, okay, you got to ask yourself, does it fit the narratives that you've been taught? Because you look back here in the background, man. Look at that. It's obviously structure that's sank down into itself, man. All the way in the back there as well. Any other narrative is just laughable. In fact, it's actually insulting to this point. It really is. The melt flow right here, showing the crystallization, the extreme temperature in this. Block, brick, scorch. Look at it popping off right here. Look at what the color differentials or the heat differentials are doing right here. Now, these might be scallops or some kind of crustacean growing here. I've seen that many times. These things latch onto here. Okay, not everything is melt. Sometimes things look like melt, and you got these dark features in here, and these are those scallop features, I think. They all stick together in bunches in the side, you know, like clams, but they're, you know, they breed and grow like that. But what I'm looking at is in between it, because in between them all is melt. Absolutely. But you do have your balloon rocking occurring. You do have shells in here too that look like they're heat damaged. So as part of the heat damage, shell looking features. That's been speculated on many in the melted community. But look at the melt on that. Look how viscous it was. Like, look how it pancaking out and splaying out into itself. Again, huge melt right here. Color differentials, you're blocking and everything going more of a, almost taking on a Kubert kind of look in some spots up in here. But more of the shell on this side. See up top here? See that? The scorchy? Look at this side. See all this? This expansion right here, this scorchiness going on right here. It's got a different angle. See how it's vertical compared to everything around it coming in from this side? See? All of this part of the same structure. It was in the flow. You can tell by your lines. This is a big chunk riding on this melt flow right here. It is. This big chunk right here that's all different than this here is riding on this, being pushed, expanded out this way, keeping this more shell here, features on it here. See them? Close-up shots, man, of the melt, the pancaking down, the layering, the lines in here, the expansion in between, sinking down and pushing the material out. See? All this big chunks in here is chunks of structure, man, caught in the melt flow. And you can see it just planted everywhere through this. You can actually see the flow of direction of the melt. Obvious, man. Look. This is one of those picks. And people are going to accredit this to erosion and waves hitting all of this and all that. Well, if waves were hitting all of this, why is all this shit standing like it is? Why do we have this kind of patterning right here? See how it's melted? Look at the C14 up in here. Look at your blocking here, just layering on top of itself, all welded together. And then everything right below it, you can see it's buckling under here. Whatever else up here is gone, but this weight here is pushing down all this, and it's melting at the same time, expanding at the same time, dropping at the same time, as we can see. Onto itself, which we can see. See how it's going horizontal right in here? All this blocking is pretty much this way. And then this piece is falling down, and these chunks here are being wedged right here, being stopped by this right here. See that? This big chunk up here, this big column right here, this whole piece over here is sinking down back into itself this way, pulling this wonky. Look at this arch over here. Look at this. Look how this part collapsed. Look how this part's gone now. What happened to it? It was over here. What's up here? It's gone now. See? It angled this way into the melt, down. Pulling this way. Shifting all this shit up and out this way. See? See? See how it takes this swoop right here? Look, boom, and then it comes up. See all that? See that? Watch my cursor. See how it dips down right here, and then we come up into this column? See that? This piece right here, the weight, all of this falling back way, pulling this way, and when you have a pull this way, you got a reaction underneath it too. And this is the reaction to this being pulled this way, is all this shit being expanded out and pushed this way. See? See, it's right there. This is being pulled this way, causing weight to push down this way, shoving this shit up right here. It's right there in front of us. See how we got this horizontal in here again, once again? See how it's a different, the lines are different here. Then we get up here, we got all this expanded out wavy material. This is all structure expanded down and being shoved out by this piece right here. It's right there. All of it very, very hot, as you can tell by your color differentials. Compared to this piece scorched out up here, shoving it out that way. It's called reading the evidence, reading the melt. Again, reading the melt. Following the action and the flow of the melt. Let's start up top. Look at your skyline right here. And then drop right down below it. And look at your ghosting going on. Look at your blocking going on. You can see the structure being lost in it and terracing down. It's dropping down and shoving this forward. See this in the front? It's being shoved forward as it's sinking down into itself. It's sinking down onto the feature right underneath it and pushing everything else down below at this point, splaying it out and down. These lines being pushed into this expansion here, and it's all being dropped down right in front of us. This side, far right side, same thing. Buoyancy and density taking over and dragging everything down into the melt. Over here on the left side, this big chunky cooked out shit is being wedged right in here. At the bottom, the internal bottom side of this big chunk right here is slipping down into the melt. That's why you got everything behind it looking like it does. It's dropping down into the melt. These are shifting down into the melt. Look at the buckling underneath. Look at this piece over here being wedged in here with this side flowing out. See how cooked out it is? It's flowing in here. Rock curtaining over the top of all of this here. This all dropping down into itself because the underneath part of it is just gone. It's melted out. It's disintegrating down underneath itself, causing everything else above to take this kind of flow. I mean, look how hot it is. Look how hot it was. Great shot for reading the action and flow of the melt. Coming down, dragging chunks of the structure with it, splaying them out as they go down. Touched on this last night. If you're new up in here today and didn't see it, we'll bump on it quick. Massive melted complex here. This was an extreme energy heat that happened very quickly, man. And we're seeing nothing but wall features, internal structures being exposed. Your color differentials, look how consistent your color differentials are through this. Look at each feature and you see the same bands of the same color differential shooting through. See? All the way back. See? That shows all of this complex area right in here. This electrical discharge that shot through here was consistent in its formation of the colorations in this. How are you going to have it as erosion when you have all these crevices between each one? And if this was erosion, why is it all the same formatted here? Erosion didn't cause all these color differentials, all these angles and directions of it dropping into the melt. Again, reading the melt from the top to the bottom looks the same but looks different. We got a shift here. See these lines going this way up top? See how they're going from like maybe an 8 o'clock to a 2 o'clock? See that? Boom, this line right here that everything on this side goes uphill. See that? Everything on this side is going this way. Everything on this side is dropping down. See? It's falling out from inside of itself, pulling things in one direction, pushing things in the other direction, as it does. Disintegrating out on this left side, completely taking more of a vertical drop down here. See that? Disintegrated out, and this piece vertically dropped down. Different color differentials. Way more C14 over here on the left side than the right side. See? The obvious structure down here in the left bottom corner of the pick, the cooked out piece right here, dropping down into the melt. Out there on a road somewhere, same thing. Everything on this side is kind of like horizontal. See, right here, right here, right here. You're getting rock curtaining coming over the top of this here, building above, coming in and blending in with this, flowing over this piece here, wedging this piece in here. This piece right here, look at the flow of the melt. See how it comes here and then drops out. Look at that. Dropping down. Exposed structure stuck to the side of it right here. Here's a blown out column piece right here. See this? You can see shell of the structure right here. See it? This lighter cooked out shit that's really cooked out. And then right next to it, we got scorching going on. Right angle right in here. Apertures up in here. Feature here, it looks like it was some kind of a column piece that melted out in a way. Seen more of that in this feature here. Dropping down into the melt. Again, different temperatures causing different patterns. This place was vibrating, man. This was a vibrational energy that shot through here, man. I mean, these bricks were twerking and going into all kinds of formations, as we see right here. These kind of formations right here. Look where we're at. I'll show you. See, we're at floodwater level, right? Do we agree? The tide comes in, probably covers all this up, correct? So what we're looking at here is a micro feature that we see at a macro level with picks like Devil's Tower. Those hexagonal patterns, those Kubert patterns that climbed all the way up Devil's Tower. These are the same thing. It's just on a micro melt level here, showing the same hexagonal patterning at a smaller scale. And we got wall features back here in the flow of the melt. We can see them. And then the obvious structure in the way back. All of this in the foreground is melt flow. Part of this structure that's in the back, this side of it anyway that blew out, leaving all these chunks in the flow right here. Part of this over here. Right there in some kind of a hill bank, or the side of a hill, they call it a bank. It's all structure, man. Spartan is showing us right here. See? Down here, look. It's right there. Brick, structure. It's right there. Wall, right there. Look, wall coming off, wall coming off, wall coming off. See it? Structure. It's building. Somebody didn't come in to this hillside here, dig it out, and lay fucking brick right there. And then melted it together with some kind of a melting device. Because that's what they would have to do if this was put here. Or this was a massive structure that melted and disintegrated down onto itself, leaving this layering, this pancaking coming all the way down, and leaving pockets of chunks of the structure still having the brick in it right there. The actual brick in it right there. And the walls down below sinking down and disintegrating into the melt. See? That narrative makes a lot more sense than sedimentary layers, tectonic plates shoving shit up, abnormal grain growth. Come on now. It's time to be big people. It's time to be big people, grown-ups. Look at things and critically think about them. And we covered quite a few of these pics yesterday, and I didn't get a chance last night to go in and snap them so I could bring them in and pop them. But you can get into the page, and you can do that. Because that's what I encourage you to do. All this evidence that people post up on the page, you have the ability to screenshot it, bring it into your files, zoom it in, pop it, and break it down. I do that all the time. I do that all the time with people's pics and throw it back in the chat to show what I'm talking about. It's fun to do. It's very educational. We communicate through each other. And that's what this platform is about, critiquing the evidence. Critical thinking on the evidence. Spartan's showing some brilliant melt here. Look at that. Look at the lines in that. It just shows you how fast this stuff went up. It was like taffy, man. It actually had the texture of taffy. To make this kind of shit? Come on now. And bricks start melting at 2,000 degrees and up, Fahrenheit. So what caused this, man? What kind of heat did this? Well, an extreme heat. And that's an understatement saying extreme, because look. I mean, look. Incredible. You still see, you got so many different color differentials. You got it's fuck, man. Your lines are off the chain. You still got brick wall in it. You can see the damn folds in here that still got the brick line in it. All C14 laden, transitioning into different heat. I mean, you can see it. It just shows you. It shows you. Oh, man. I mean, it's insane. The lines are off the chain in this thing. Look at that. Look at the top left corner right there. Look at all your brick right there. Look how that flows. It's unmistakable brick. It's right there. It's all rode out. You can see it, man. You can see it's part of a wall structure that stretched over here and just flowed. Look at this chunk right here, man. It's obviously structure right there. Right above all these funky lines, man, you got fucking structure blown out, expanded structure right there. You got the obvious brick wall right there. Wow, man. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, we seen these last night. Thank you again, Spartan, bringing a little bit of them back in here today. Brilliant melt, man. Get into the page. Check all this out. Spartan will probably be throwing up more stuff, rolling some more joints and throwing them out there because I know what he does. He does that, and he's very good. The best, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. But we'll scroll down the page here and see some more melt from some of the crew. Monica here. We went over this last night. This is one from her 11-year-old son. Yeah, that's right. Monica's teaching her children meltology. Absolutely. Because she believes in what she's seeing. And so do we, because we know what it is. And so does Monica, of course. We all do. I want to scroll down the page here and see if we missed anybody yesterday. John Braber, we saw his work there. Desmond Anthony, we broke that one down too. We got Deb here. We showed that. I'm just going to scroll down, see if we got John in here with another melt. Click into the page. Check them out. We had Monica again showing some great melt out where she's at. Monica again, we broke some of these down here. We're going to break one more down here. Yeah. Great shot, Monica. Nice little spot for people to go have fun. Kayakers, man. Out there enjoying themselves, man. Huge melt, of course. And I like this one because up top here in the left corner it shows us these people here. And then it shows us how far down this goes by the size of these people down here. That's quite a drop. So this is great to have these kind of pics, Monica, where it gives us depth. And all this open here, who knows if this was an original opening here. This could have just disintegrated out, fell down into itself here into the melt flow. We do see chunks down here amongst the people. See, bam, 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 back in here. Chunks of the structure right up in here. The rest of it down here, brick ash, floodwaters coming in. Great stuff, Monica. I'm a big fan, Monica. Absolutely. Once again, too big for people to comprehend. That doesn't use their critical thinking abilities. If you're a spoon feeder, you're going to have a hard time swallowing this. But it's building, and you can see that right up top here where my cursor is. The whole goddamn thing, really. I mean, look at all the floor. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Look at all the internals just splaying out into the melt right side of the pig. But up here at the very top, that structure, man. Look, you got a right angle here. You got an edge right here. It leads into apertures right here, right angles right here. Actual stucco. Walls coming off, stucco. And this is just the bottom part. This isn't even the top of this structure because the top of this structure is gone. This is part of the top of the structure. Because the other side's right out here in the melt, in the brick ash, in the flow. There it is, right there. See all of it? See all of it down here? That was up here. All of this went out further. You can tell. Look at the width from here, clear back here. You got to look at the width of this thing. Okay? All of this is structure. This stretched, man, from right down here to where the foreground, where all of this, all these wall features coming down, they were up higher. All this was up higher. All this stuff that's exposed here on the left side are internals, man. The rest of it is blown out and gone, lost into the melt. See all this, how smooth it is? See all these going up here? Look at these compared here. These walls stretched out here were just like over here. This just went out further. This blew out further. These walls disintegrated out further out this way. You can see it wrapped around the whole side of this, but this side is gone. See it? It's right there in front of you. See? You can actually see the walls over here in the far left where my cursor is picking up. See the walls right there? Look just like these over here. They're just out further in the melt. This blew out further this way. Any further, these would have blown out and looked like this over here. And then again, look at the top. It's right there. Stucco on the side of the building right there. Here's the straight edge there. There's a filled out arch right there. Right there where my cursor is, the tip of my cursor right there. See it? Right there. Wall structures disintegrating out and down right underneath it. See it? This one actually, this side where my cursor's at, the back side of this is slipping out. You can see it by the angle that it has. See how the angle of my cursor is going right here? See that? It blew out on this side, causing this chunk up top, the back side of it, to be at the angle that it's at. These up here, look at the right angle up here. What happened to the rest of the building that was attached to all of this? Where's the back side of this? Well, it's down here. Look at the massive complex way in the back. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant, Monica. Good stuff. Love it. Meltology, man. Meltology. Scrolling on down. Brick Love Monica. We saw Desmond Anthony's pick here yesterday. Loved it. Keep them coming, Desmond. Fire, brother. Absolutely lit. Monica, again, these closed off entrances here. Filled out. Expansion from the inside out. Look at that. Great stuff, baby. Brilliant, Monica. Absolutely wonderful. Get into the page. Show Monica some brick love. Comment. Many have. Spartan showing some great melt right here. We touched on it yesterday. This isn't the cellular formation of skin or internal organs, okay? That's not what this is. This is melt. And here's melted internals right there in front of you. Melted out internals, sinking down into itself. It's right there. It's obvious, man. You can see the brick popping out of it. You can see the walls just stringing out like taffy, man. It's that simple. Meltology is that simple. Steve Taylor, we broke this one down. Let's go. Steve, right here. Steve Taylor, welcome, Brick Love Brother. This is Thailand, all right? Look at the feature in the back. Look at that. Look underneath right there. It's all open up underneath there. You can see block up underneath there. You can see ghosted out in here in these cooked out spots. All the way up. All the way up is just disintegrated out melted structure. It is. Look, it's right there. It's right there, man. It's not erosion or anything else. It's not all those fake brainwashing narratives. This is meltology, and it's absolutely what we're saying it is. You can see the column piece right there. You can see the gap there. You can see everything up underneath right there. Structure crystallized out, going real hot right up in here, just slipping down and being wedged into itself, man. Disintegrating apart. Top left up there. Look, it's right there. It's right there. Great shot, Steve. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Naomi Wellard, Brick Love, darling. Look at this. Again, a lot of these features we've seen before. And we need you to understand that. New ones in the Eagle Eye Crew and Melted Red Brick University. Beautiful evidence. Outstanding eye. Again, you show this to people that don't understand or know anything about meltology, and you show them that this is structure, and it's obvious by the feature right there. They have to agree that that's not erosion, tectonic plates. These features were not shoved up from down below and shoved up to what they look like here, because if it did, it shoved up this goddamn structural feature then, along with it. So that destroys that narrative. It's not erosion, because erosion doesn't cause arches and structure, which is obvious in it. So that narrative is destroyed. It's not a mud flood, because I don't see any mud packed up against anything in here, covering up anything in here. I don't see anything leaning because of some mud flood that come in and pushed up against anything here. The evidence does not agree with that narrative at all. It's not abnormal grain growth, because once again, abnormal grain growth, really? Then does that make the structure then? Is this just abnormal grain growth creating all this shit that looks like construction? Well, that narrative's destroyed now too. It's not a Titan penis, a Titan colon, or anything else that's Titan, because there's obviously structure in it right there. So that narrative is destroyed as well. It wasn't hit by some plasma discharge from up top, because why is this feature still intact the way it is? That narrative is gone now as well. So what else is there? Well, in meltology, the evidence has showed us that an electrical heat energy came from the bottom up and expanded through this whole realm from the inside out, instantly creating temperatures far hotter than we can fathom. disintegrating these structures out and melting them down and off of itself. Well, that right there fits the evidence. Leaving pockets of survival in the structure that used to be there. Well, that explains this construction feature going all the way across now. All it takes is a little critical thinking and a process of elimination. It's that simple. Brilliant shot, brilliant eyes. Congratulations. Congratulations, Naomi, for your new vision. Thank you, darling. Welcome to our Red Brick Eagle Eye Crew family. And a lot of people giving some brick love in their way, man. Exactly. It's laughable at this point. Any other narrative out there is laughable. And I think that's what Andros is doing right there. Exactly, man. Desmond Anthony right here with another brilliant flick. Look at him. This is what I'm talking about, using your talents and being creative with meltology. You young people out there coming up that got this tech down, man. It's your responsibility now, you youngins. Us old fuckers are up here doing what we do, inspiring and trying to wake people up. You ones, you new crew out there, you new baby eagles out flying high, flying straight, and flying together. It's now your responsibility to carry on. And Desmond is doing it brilliantly. Great job, brother. Great stuff. Yes, 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 yes. And these vegetation growing off of these structures are huge clues. Are huge clues that need to be paid attention to, because for any botanists out there that study the growth of plants and trees and all that shit, we need your thought processes on these things. How old are they? What species are they? How do we determine the age of them? Okay? These are things that we need to know from our fellow brothers and sisters that have experience in their field of study. Because we've reached out to structural engineers and bricklayers and all kinds of other mason occupations, and we don't have any takers yet. So all you botanists out there, all you people that study plants and shit and trees, bring your knowledge forward, man. Give us some education on these plants that are growing off throughout the realm and how old they are. What are the age of these root systems coming off? How much water does it take for these things to grow? And what kind of water sources around these things for them to draw off of, for them to grow that big? These are critical thinking breakdowns and questions that need to be answered, and we need the expertise of each other. That's where we get to the bottom of it. That's where we get closer to the answers that we're looking for the quest that we're on, for the questions that we have. Anonymous right here showing us a great melt. I love this kind of evidence. Again, along some river, creek somewhere out there in the melt, showing what it is. It's right there. See? It's right there. Once again, X factor, break it down. There's the evidence. Color differentials. Everything we've always talked about. It's right there once again. See? Brilliant stuff, man. Brick love, Anonymous. One love to you and yours. Thank you for these. Thank you for you. and welcome to our Melted Red Brick family and our Eagle Eye Crew family. Mark Jameson. It's trying to load people. I'm trying to give it a chance to do its thing. All right, crew, I'm back. You got me? Anybody got me? Am I back? Up in here? Give me something in the chat. It was muted. All right, anybody hear me out there? Give me something. I should be up in here. Here you a dime bag. Oh, Melody, you lift my heart, baby. I love you, darling. Oh, you're special. You are special. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Yeah, I was playing Mark Jameson stuff because it's so damn brilliant. Mark, I commend you for your work, brother. Just absolutely a brilliant man, an outstanding meltologist, making his way through the melt and bringing it out there for everybody to see as he does. And that's what we do. And that's what I was hoping to do, is play the rest of Mark's stuff. I was trying to see on my phone how much was going through, so I didn't know if it bounced me off. I saw down in the chat somebody lost me, so that's why I'm back up in here. Okay, that's why I'm back up in here, is because I love you and I want to show your work. I want to show your work. I want you to come up in here and show your work. You deserve it. I can do it, but you deserve it. You deserve the recognition to bring it up in here yourself and show it, because it's great. It's great. And it took time to do that. It took time to hunt for those pics. It took time to stitch all that together. Spartan has talked to me many, many hours how much it takes him just to put out a 15-minute short clip. Takes him hours to put together. With all the editing, with all the tech stuff, man. It takes time. And I commend you on your efforts and your work. Everybody out there putting together meltology, whatever camp you're in, I applaud you and I love you. Because this is why Spartan created this platform right here, is to show this kind of stuff. For people to come up in and bring it and show it. I love everybody out there showing the melt. Everybody out there showing the melt. And just getting into the chat here. Oh, you guys. Yeah, this is a university level forum. That means we're all adults up in here. And you know what? We're thick-skinned, man. We've broken past our human condition, and we're able to laugh about things that would offend most people. But we know we do it out of love for each other because we can fuck with each other. Look, man, I've been up in here and I've been messed with so many times, and you know what I do? I laugh right along with you. You salty crew, remember? I've been bumped off of streams more than anybody. During live streams, I've been kicked off and had to come back in more than anybody. So, you know, it's all about being able to accept what comes at you, deal with it, overcome it, get through it, laugh about it, laugh on yourself, and don't take things so goddamn seriously. I'm about as serious as a heart attack when I get into meltology. But breaking me down, I'll laugh along with you all fucking day. And I know you can do the same with yourself, crew. That's coming past your human condition, man. And that's what it's all about. You know, it really is. And meltology has really strengthened me in my human condition. And it's taken me a long way up to now to get past a lot of things within myself. because that's what Meltology does when you get into it and you want to do this. You challenge yourself every time. Every time I do a stream, I'm challenging myself to get up here and face the tech issues that I make myself concerned about sometimes, because I want a smooth, proper stream. These things give me a bit of anxiety, of course, but it's overcoming myself, coming up in here and doing this and having a great time with my beloved Eagle Eye crew. So let's see what Freya's saying today. What are you talking about, Freya? I've got so many files and presentations started that I want and need to upload. Got sidetracked caring for family, but now time is now to get out there. But the time is now to get out there. Give me the heads up, Freya, and you're up in here, baby. Riding shotgun with Fervent Heat, Meltology Inc., and Spartan Red, Laughing Eagle, 007 Dreb, the Meme King, and the Ruthless Chilla. Every one of you got that chance to be up in here. All you got to do is let me know. You got the link. I'll get it to you. It's that simple. It is that simple. If you're messing with Melanie out there, man, you better be quick, because she's pretty damn fast. She'll bring it right back at you, man. We love you, Mel. You know what's funny about Mel? One of the reasons I love you so much, Mel, is, as you know, I frequented some other chans out there, some other platforms out there that I've seen you in, Mel, and they can't handle you. They just don't know how to take you, Mel, but we do. We do. We know how to take you, baby. And that's why you're here, and that's why we love you so much. Oh my goodness, you guys are awesome. Just absolutely hilarious. Yeah, fuck it. We're getting back into some Melt crew. I'm going to dive back into some Maya evidence, see what I can dig up. Yeah, getting into the page and pulling on some of those streams like I was trying to do for Mark there. It kind of pulls on my system. It might take the music off, not make it flow right, glitchy, I don't know. But that's why I urge you to get up in the page and click into these and show the brick love to our brothers and sisters bringing the melt. Spread that brick love, that one love that we have for each other. Give me a second. Coming on up. It's coming on up. And these are some, and if you're new here or you just joined in on this Sunday Easy and missed the past few streams, there's a couple here I want to click on. And these are Spartan Reds right here. I screenshotted these the other night. And bringing them back in again, because these are just phenomenal picks. Again, if you're new out there, all right, Melted Red Brick University, that's where you're at. The Eagle Eye crew. Like, share, and subscribe. And this is what we're about right here. Look, a brick structure. Look, it used to be a wall because here's the arch. And what's in the middle here? What is that? Well, there's brick in it. This is supposed to be an arch, an opening where you can come in and out. Why does it all look like this? Why is that? Why does the wall over here look different than the rest? Look. How does this happen? Why are these bricks popping out right here all scorched out? Why is that? Why? Why? Why does this thing look like it does? And this is a structure. Where's the rest of it? And where is the building that caused this expanded material to come in and jam it up like that? Where's the rest of it? Because that's what it did Because look how it ate away right here. See that? Look at it change the state of matter in here as it came through right here. Welded in right here. See it? It's all right there, opposed to the other side of it that's not affected. It's more brick. See right there. The expanded material is coming through and welding in, the state of matter changing right there with the brick. See? It's right there. The brick is melting right there, along with what's coming in and expanding up through it right there. You know? What's this look like this for? Look how scorched out it is right here. What happened right here, man? Look at the bricks right above in the arch. What happened? Look at the bricks all the way up top. Look. Brick underneath it, and it ate right through here. And look, we got brick going different now, state of matter changing. Boom, went block right here, back into a partial bricks welding together here, expanding, welding together here. This one here, state of matter changing right there. Block, brick, block, brick, block, brick, block, block, brick, block. Look down below, same thing. Look, it's right there. Look at this one right here. What happened right here? Why does this brick look like this? What's this gap in here? And why is this brick expanded with the C14 getting cooked out of it right there? What's going on here, crew? Why do these bricks right here on this wall are heat damaged? Look at the texture. Look at the scorching. Look, they're right there. They're right there. What happened to this side right here? What happened to the side right here? Where's the rest of the brick? Why does the brick look like that? What you're looking at in the middle right here is exactly what looks like in the middle throughout this whole thing. They didn't build it here for artistic design. If they did, then they laid brick here and increased the temperature to over 2,000 degrees and up to get it to look like that. Pretty expensive adventure to just have this cute little neat looking feature alongside the road somewhere, wouldn't you think? Again, Spartan Red right here, man. Look. I screenshotted these off of Spartan Stream with me the other day, bringing them back in and breaking them down for newbies in the crew. Look, how do you get brick to do this? How do you build like that? How do you build like that? It's brick. Look, there's the brick. Brick, 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 brick. Everywhere in here. Brick, brick. Look, brick, 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 brick. Red brick, brick. Look at this one. Expanded. Look at this brick. Lost in the flow of the melt right there. Look, brick. Expansion right here. See it? See it? Look at all this was brick. All this clumpy shit in here was red brick. All this clumpy shit in here looked like this right here. We get it? Look at the arch, or look at the windows right here. Look, center pick. Filled out. These things were much bigger. The brick expanded, state of matter changed, ended up looking like that right there. All this brick that didn't get affected right here was in flux, getting ready to get affected right there, because you can see the state of matter changing on it. All we're doing is proving what we've been saying over and over and over again. Naysayers, explain it, please. All you people out there claiming to have all this knowledge, explain this, please. Please explain this with sugar on it, or whatever artificial sweetener you want to sprinkle over it. Explain it. Look, how does brick do this right here? This wasn't a hole here that somebody come in and shoved a bunch of mud and shit and packed it. Okay, look, it's welded together right there, center pick. The state of matter changing from this brick into this. Look, it's right there. The evidence, the proof, the receipts, right there. Look, holy shit, man. Look. Are you still laughing now, debunkers, skeptics, naysayers, mockers, trolls, shills? It's time to start asking yourself some critical fucking questions, man. If you're a mud flutter, I commend your ability to not agree with all the fake bullshit, but come on, don't create more fake bullshit in your mind and start calling it truth. Because your evidence and what you're putting out in your narratives does not explain that right there. We're just asking you to look and think. That's all. It's not an attack. It's a desperate plea at this point. Look. I mean, come on, man. Come on. We know you're smarter than that. We know that you know that mud cannot melt brick. It cannot change the state of matter in brick structures, man. Mud does not do that. Just go out and experiment, okay? Go out and get a bucket, okay? And then take some brick ash, dirt, and put it in the bucket, and then add water to it and mix it up. And whatever texture you want to get it to, go up to a brick wall and slam it up against the brick wall, and then let's see if it melts the fucking brick, okay? You can even boil it. Okay, you can get that mud as hot as you can, okay? Get it bubbling, get it just fucking bubbling, and then toss it up against a brick wall, and then see what happens. See if it changes the brick to look like this. Is the brick wall, is the structure going to look like this after you throw the mud up against it? Come on now, critical thinking's not hard, okay? 99% of critical thinking is common sense, man. See? If you're couch locked in, wondering what we're about, we're asking you a question right now. What happened to the bricks that made up this structure right here? Come on, you can see the C14 in the state of matter changing and expanding this material. Come on now, compare it off of the cooked out stuff that's got less C14 in it. Come on now. Use your brain. Don't rely on fake bullshit narratives, man. Those narratives should be insulting to you. Really. All the narratives given for all this shit, all the false narratives should be very insulting. I find it to be extremely insulting to my intelligence. And I know to the rest of the crew, and most definitely Spartan Red. Okay? Come on, man. The Sunday Easy is where we're at today. And Brick Love, One Love to Spartan Red for this platform, for this Sunday Easy. Another Spartan Red right there, man. Look. Another snap, another shot, another pick, more evidence, more receipts. from Spartan Red right there. Challenging geology, academia, government, religion, all of ya. Explain this, please. Did the Romans build this in 2 days as well? Come on, man. Looking down on a melted structure. See? Where's the rest of this arch? What's this? What's this? The whole thing. Look, carries on over here. Wall. Structure, building. Disintegrated out into itself. Melted down. Splayed out. It's all right there. Once again, this one. Look. Melted building, man. Sank down into itself right there. Right there. Here's your floor plans. Here's your building disintegrating down, level over level over level over level, wall over wall over wall, disintegrating out directly down on top of itself, exposing the internals of this lower part of this level, showing the brick lines, the ghosted walls, angle and directions everywhere in here. Expansion, you can see it. It's right there. It's just too big. People just can't grasp it in their head. Looking for something, crew. Hold on a minute. Hang on, crew. Looking for something. Give me just a second. Covered this yesterday, and I wanted to bring this up again for anybody coming up in here that's scanning the melt, out there looking in the melt in these forested areas, these jungle areas, these areas where they just got these huge masses of just looks like chunks just laying out in the middle of nowhere. And, it's hard to even break them down what they are. Spend a little bit of time with them and look at your evidence and break down your meltology, and you'll see the melt, the structure in it. See, without the lines we're looking at here is part of the structure right here. This bowed piece coming out here, attached to this over here, and all this top stuff here, and the expansion coming out from behind it in here, and this aperture that's being filled out right in here and leads down in the shell right here. See the texture, the difference from each side? Okay, it looks totally different than all the other shit mess. It shows me this expansion right here and this chunk that was in the flow of the melt. You see all the debris in it. You can see all the twisted, twerky bricks and everything they're doing up in here. See? But it left this part right here. Right here, where my lines are pointing it out. See? Seeing it? See it? This is meltology. These are the kind of evidence that we look for as well in meltology. So is this abnormal grain growth? Is it sedimentary layer? Is it any other of those narratives that we talked about? No, it's not. And we know it. And we will not accept any other bullshit narrative. We've proven meltology. And this is just another Exhibit A in a long list of Exhibit A's all the way through Z and back again that we bring forward, man. So all you people out there that laugh and mock and think that we're just showing pictures, it's just a slideshow, well, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. What's that? Why is there so much red in that? Why is that brick? That's brick. Wow, that's brick. Wow, man. Look at that. That's brick. That is brick. That is brick. And what's it welded to down here? Oh, shit. It's welded to something underneath it. What's underneath it? Oh, more brick. Wow, it looks like a structure. It looks like this big chunk is resting on something here. We can see it here. It looks like it's right angle. It looks like it had structure, and it's supporting this in the foreground right here. This is a building. This is part of a chunk of a building. It's right there. So if this is part of a chunk of a building, look where we're at. Now look at your heat differentials throughout the whole pick. Not this in the middle, this in the back. Look at your meltology now. What's that? You compare this with any side of a castle. I don't care. You compare this right here with any feature alongside the wall of the so-called castles. Compare and contrast. Let's go up. Look at it as we follow it up. Wow, man, look at that skyline. Look at the terracing over here. Boom, drop, boom, drop, boom, drop. See it? What are these? What's this? Center pick. Structure. See it? It's a massive building, people. Again, does it look like tectonic plates, erosion, abnormal grain growth, sedimentary layers, and all the other bullshit? Or does meltology kind of fit more? See? What's going on here, academia? Who built this? Who was accredited with this building right here? Who built that? Come on now, academia. I know you history buffs out there will know who built this, because all this shit has somebody accredited to it. Dig into your history, wherever this is at, man. Who was given the credit for building this right here? Because whoever's giving the credit for building this right here is bullshit. They did not build it. Impossible. Look at all that. Really went from this to this. Look back in there. Look back in there. Structure. Expansion from the bottom up, eating it up, expanding it out. Look how cooked out it is. Underneath and inside of this. Look, we got trees growing up here. Here's where we're walking on top of this building that this thing is attached to, because this is the building. It's not just a castle feature accredited to somebody in a fake timeline, in a fake fucking history, in a fake goddamn narrative, okay? This is all one building, and the bottom of it is severely heat damaged beyond recognition, because everything down below, logistics, before this is even heat damaged, man, obviously. So this doesn't look anything like it used to. It's got the shape of it, but as far as the brick pattern and anything attached to it up here or down below is gone off of it. All of this up here used to extend all the way down here. See, look over here. Look, block, cooked out, going block. You can still see lines. You can still see arch apertures up in this shit. On the side of this, down below. You can even come way down here and pick out the structure. Look, it's right there. What's this? Look at that, right angle right here. Rock curtained over. Expansion from the inside out, shoving this shit forward. Inside of it, look. See how this hold on. I want you to pay attention to this feature right here. Oops, hold on. See it? Right in the middle between the red lines. See it? See how it's expanding out further than over here? Expanding out further than this back over here. We got a huge opening right up here. We got expansion coming down. It's being wedged right here, but we have a huge opening right here. And then we have this feature right below it, outlined by the red lines. All this material expanded, this up top sinking down, putting pressure and buckling it this way. See this line? See how it's higher up here and would drop right here? See that? Buckled it down. This piece right here is different than this piece over here. This is being expanded out past this and this. Here's a chunk of something hanging out of the melt right there. See it? See it? Right there. See it? Again, man. It's a building, or what's left of it. Absolutely is, because no other narrative fits the evidence. See, what's this? What's in the middle right there? Don't know what I'm talking about? Hold on a minute. We're talking about this right here. right there in the middle where the dot is. What is that? It's brick, man. Okay? You look at the whole side of this thing right here, and you take into the X factor evidence and how it affected these structures, you can start picking it out. This right here. See it? Going up. This. Expanding out more down here. Leaning this forward down here from the shit pressing down up top. What's this? Right there. See it? See it? Look how flat that went, man. Look at those lines. Look how flat that shit compressed down on itself, man. Whew. In fact, holy fuck. This right here, column piece right here. Concrete molding. See this line? See this line right here? Center pick. Is that a tree? No, that's the melt. See the expansion right here from this to this? Let's follow it up. Takes a turn, comes up. Is this all expanded material being pushed out past this or up to this point right here where it stopped? See it? Stopped. What's all this below? Why is our texture so different? What's this? Look at that. Looks a bit different now, doesn't it? What the fuck is that? Fucking around with the evidence, crew, getting in it, popping the details, taking the color out, looking at what it looks like on a negative kind of image. You know, this is what we do in meltology, man. This is how I break down the evidence. All other narratives fall apart when you break down the evidence. Melted building. Can you see it? Melted building. Yeah, baby. Looking down, cooked out, melted structure. Looking straight down. Walls, structure, melted together. All fused together, standing straight up. Just a chunk, a fraction of the building standing right there, the top looking down. See? Look at your walls, man. All these right here, look, man. See? Wall, wall, wall. Internals right there. Internals of the structure expanded out, welded together, leaving ghost images of that, negatives of itself, and melted internal walls being lost in the flow within itself. Melted building. Melted building. Give me a second, crew. Very strange looking in here. Melted structure, most definitely. I scan these things. I'm scanning for anything. I'm especially scanning for renditions, statues, tech, anything on the side of these things that I can pick out, because I know they were there, and I know they are there. They're blended in with the melt. Sometimes we can get a glimpse of them. Sometimes we can see just right off the bat. What's left of melted structures right there, man. Just the tops. Just the tops. Brick, C14. Scorched out, cooked out, expanded out. Ghosting everywhere. Internals everywhere. See? Melted buildings, man. Color differentials off the chain. What's that? Apertures, cooked out, expanded, the same X factor evidence that we break down, showing people what we're talking about. I mean, look at the texture on this right here. Look. Brick everywhere. Pulverized brick, man, expanded brick. It's right there in front of us. Look at the hot spots going on. Look at the hot spots going on. All this white cooked out stuff is hot spots. It was the hottest part of these structures going down in the melt, man. And it shows you shooting through it all up in here. Look at the scorching going on up in here. Look at the scorching, the C14 getting cooked out. And look at this line, this cut line right through here. That's a lot lighter. This was very hot. X factor energy shooting through this up in here. And then you can see the fucking columns, you can see it's not just flat. There's texture, there's apertures, there's stucco in some spots of this stuff. Look, right here, a wall. See, on this piece right here, see, wall right here, it goes in. Another wall right here. See it? It's right there. Look how cooked out it was right here on this corner of this wall. Look at your color differentials right there. Look how hot that was right there. Columns going up. Look at your lines, man. How many times have we seen columns that got those vertical lines going up them? Breaking it down, crew. That's what we do. Spartan has showed these before. These are in China, I believe. Melted buildings. I mean, come on. Look, it's right there, man. It's all right there. Look. Fucking hell. Melted Red Brick University, like, share, and subscribe. Tip of the spear, shield of truth. Bringing it forward as we do throughout this realm. Yana Caves right here. Same thing, same melt. Look, it's all structure. Anywhere you're out there in the realm and you see a mountain, that's a building. You see a hill, that's part of a melted building. You see big rocks and chunks of shit laying out in the middle of nowhere, that's part of chunks of melted building. Look, here's another melted building. Melted building. Look. Look. Structure, building right there, man. There's a shell of the fucking structure with the goddamn windows in it, man. Right? Come on. Come on. Fuck. Man, you know. Melted building. Melted structure. This big piece over here expanding off, rock curtaining over and folding right here. Look. Melted building, man. People out having a little bit of outdoor activity with each other. What are they covering up right here? This guy's hanging off the side here, rock climbing or something. That's something. That's not a person. That's an arch with expanded structure right there. Look. Aperture. No, that's a person. Arm here, head, leg. That's a person climbing right here. This is a rock climbing. This is a platform for him to fall on, I guess, or something. It doesn't look like it'd do a very good job. It kind of looks like a tarp. I think he'd be hurting if he fell off of that and landed there. Melted structure. See it? Disintegrating down into itself, exposing internal apertures. See it? Couple more crew, and then I'm going to back out. He damaged all the way up. Only a fraction of a fraction, part of the fraction of the structure that used to be there. And we see him over and over and over and over again. It's obviously a damn building, man. Look. Come on now. Come on now. Look. See it? Way up there, man. Look how it shoots out. in this forest, this jungle. Massive these structures were. Massive these structures were. Look at all that blocking. Lines. Structure, 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 all the way down. All this melts, splaying right out, melting actually, flowing out into the mud flow or brick flow, brick ash flow. Look, right there. And we saw this one yesterday, and I'll end this one. Again, out there at the floodwaters, at the tide waters, okay? All this big chunky material right here, okay? What's this in the foreground, first off? What's there in the foreground, first off? That's brick. And what are bricks used for? Okay? We're on the same page. We get it, right? This is all melted structure right here, leaning down into the melt. Look. Again, lines. This is a huge chunk of building sliding off into here. And I almost wonder if this is a big fucking column plinth, just by what it looks like underneath here and up top here. Okay, just looking. But this definitely another column plinth right here. Look, right here. See how it's angling down into the melt here? Well, look at it right here. Look at it right here. It looks like it was a column plinth, something that rested, the column melted away. Look, see? Because what's this? Right here. This whole feature. Right here. Seeing it now? See it? Outlined in red. Right there. Concrete molding of some sort attached to whatever this was in the back there, attaching to this column piece right there. Look, chunk, cylindrical. Look. Disintegrated, falling apart, boom, boom, boom. This whole structure collapsing down. Chunks being left right here. See it? It's fucking structure, man. Look at that. It's right there in front of us. Yeah, baby. Sunday Easy is where we're at. And the Eagle Eye crew is who we're with. We got Freya. Good, Freya. Get a hold of me, darling. Anytime you're ready with your presentations, let me know. We'll meet up, talk before, of course, see what you got going on. I'll bring you into StreamYard, get you through the ins and outs of that. Very simple. And you know what? All you got to do is come up in. I run everything else. That's it. All you'll have to do is know how to get into your evidence, and that's easy. I'll walk you right through it. The rest of it, leave it up to me, baby. If you want to come in, drop your evidence, show your stuff, then fly out, that's great too. You don't have to carry on for 4 hours like me, 8 hours like me, 20 hours like me, 29 and a half hours as we did in the Brickathon. We won't go that far. But for anybody that wants to come up in, spend a little bit of time, drop their evidence, talk, give some brick love to the crew, and fly out, you can come in as many times as you want. Let me know. Anybody. Because that's what we do. in the Eagle Eye crew, Melted Red Brick University. This is exactly why Spartan Red created this platform, just for this. So, for all you new ones flying in, just know that you're welcome anytime. This is your nest. I may be up here. Spartan may be up here. This is our nest, and this is your nest too. There's nobody over anybody in here. We're all the same. We're all meltologists. We're all showing the melt, spreading it, trying to wake people up. We're all doing the same thing. Okay? Spartan and I are just in control of the keys to the nest. He created the platform, built this for us to come up in here, offered me a spot, a chance to get up in here. Bam, here I am. It's been over 2 years now. Okay? It's fun. It's great. I love it. I can't get enough of it, as you can tell. So, brick love, one love to everybody out there. Melted Red Brick University, like, share, and subscribe. Again, we are having the contest. We are putting it together. We're giving you time to find those picks. This takes time to research because we're not going to just look, we'll evaluate all your evidence, but we want that one pick. We want that one that makes me and Spartan Red fall out of our chairs. Something we have not seen before. Something you have not seen before. Brick love, one love to everybody out there. This is Fervent Heat, Meltology Inc., bringing you the melt again today. A big thank you and one love, brick love, to our brother Spartan Red, who was in the chat earlier in the stream. If you're watching, brother, I hope you enjoyed this stream. And we all love you. We all love you very much, bro. So with that being said, from me, Fervent Heat, Meltology Inc., and for Laughing Eagle, 007 Dread, the Meme King, the Ruthless Chilla. Brick love, one love to everybody out there. I'll be posting up a stream sometime soon. I'll try to get one in this week, but most definitely Saturday and Sunday. Melt on, baby. See you soon.